be live. Oh, there we go. All right. Yes, we're recording this today, folks. Hi, everybody. I'm Chuck Hollister. I'm the CEO and a former president and director of professional affairs for Missouri Psychological Association. Most of you know me. We've been promoting psychology together for quite a while and probably keep doing it. Anyway, it's good to see everybody today. I'm really excited about this event. Before we get started, though, I want to welcome any new members that we've had sign up. We have had a tremendous amount of new members sign up for MOPA in the last year. It's pretty exciting. It seems like, professional psychology is starting to get organized again, starting to step up for its profession. It's a really good idea. If you look at Missouri, there's 2,000 psychologists, and we're dealing with 25,000 physicians, 8,000 social workers, 8,000 LPCs, unknown number of nurse practitioners and physician assistants, all who would like a part of our scope of practice, because psychology is very exciting, and so we really need to stick together and step up. So anyway, for those folks that are kind of new members or have been around a while, we've got several good committees that I'd invite you to join. We have a great committee on integrated care, on evidence-based practice, on diversity. We've got a good CE committee that's going strong at the moment. And we've got an insurance committee that deals with some of the challenges the insurance companies are creating for us. I want you guys to know that we do free risk management and ethics consultations. In terms of recent news, this last week's been dominated by the American Psychological Association. Lots of activities going on there at the moment. I would say the biggest couple of things going on at the moment is there's been really major discussions about accrediting master's psychology programs. And I will tell you, there is absolutely no consensus amongst doctoral level psychologists as what to do with master's level providers. The worry is that they're going to become competitive with doctoral level psychologists. I'm not sure that's really true, but there's concerns about that. I will tell you, though, in a few states that have been using master's level psychologists, it hasn't been a problem so far, and that's been an interesting point. But in the meeting that I attended, it was very collegial. People were very open about their concerns and fears, but there was absolutely no consensus. So I would encourage you all to kind of track that, and if you have opinions about it, absolutely contact me at admin@mopaonline.org. And I would love to hear what you think about it, because we just want to represent our membership in regard to the issue. The other thing that's coming up quite right now is Population Health Initiative that APA is doing, and with a big emphasis on preventive care. And the real question there is, what is the role of psychology and psychologists, licensed psychologists, in that? And so we're tracking that real carefully as well. So, okay, before we get started, let's discuss a few housekeeping items. Since this is a webinar, all attendees have been automatically muted and videos have been turned off. So you should be able to just see the speaker and the slides at any given moment. We're also recording the session for future use. If you take a moment and hover your mouse over your screen, you'll note a small icon will appear for Q&A along the left 1/3 of the black frame at the bottom of the screen. Please submit all questions for your speakers in that QA feature. Our team will monitor those questions throughout the session, and they'll pose them to the speakers as time allows. Don't forget, any questions you submit here will also be visible to all attendees throughout the session. Now, if you have a technical issue, please click the chat icon located at the lower right 1/3 of your screen. Emily, our support person, everybody knows Emily at support, we'll be monitoring that window, and we'll work to get you going as quickly as possible. You can also email Emily at, okay, listen carefully, support@mopaonline.org. mopaonline.org. Regarding your certification for the participation, first of all, in order to comply with our high CE standards and making sure that we stay in line with what the state requires, please make sure you're logged on to today's webinar with your full name. If you cannot change your name, text Emily in the chat window and she'll change your login name. At the end of today's session, you'll receive an email from MOPA with an evaluation. To give feedback on the presenter and the presentation itself, once complete, look for an email with your CE certification in the coming business days. Again, please stay until the end of the presentation for specific instructions, as certification is only provided to those who have completed the webinar. Let's see here. Hold on a second. All right. Well, it is absolutely my pleasure this morning to introduce you to Dr. Terrence Bostic of CMA Consulting. Dr. Bostic's going to introduce himself and introduce his group. I would tell you, I've had just a number of conversations with Dr. Bostic, and he's just absolutely one of the most fascinating people I've ever met. He's talking about a topic that I think is very exciting and unusual for us and new. I am pleased and excited, and Terrence, welcome to MOPA.
Thank you so much, Chuck. I really appreciate those. Are very kind words. We may have to think about expanding your friend group if you find me all that interesting, but maybe we can have another webinar on that. I'm very excited to be here today. We've got about 50 slides to work through in the first session. Our hope is to get through them in about 90 minutes or so and to leave time for Q&A here at the very end. We've got some pretty exciting speakers and I think some good content. So on to the next slide. I'd like to make some introductions. We brought a whole group of folks today. I get to MC it and I have a little bit of content. We have a very interesting speaker who can actually tell us what all the psychology we're talking about here, how that actually plays out in the field. Craig Miles will be the last part of our presentation. I've had the pleasure of knowing Craig for almost 30 years. As I went left into psychology, he went right into law enforcement, and he has much more interesting stories, I think, than I do. We've got from our office, Kelsey Rickles, Aisha Parham, Jordan Collins, and Zach Steinbach. Huge thanks to everyone on this group who worked really hard on these slides. This is a hot topic and honestly a bit of a difficult issue to present on. So we tried to put what we thought would be the most useful for practicing psychologists and those folks that are interested. Just by way of background, since you know sort of our biases, the way that we approach the work. On the next slide, just a little bit about our practice. CMA is a group of psychologists. We're 50% clinical or counseling folks and about 50% IO folks. We're founded in St. Louis in 1975. Our work is primarily consulting. We do very, very little direct psychotherapy work or any of that sort of thing. But we do work for just about everyone. So we work for large Fortune 500 companies. We work for privately held companies. We have an interesting niche in family held businesses. As you can imagine, having a background in psychology would help a lot in family owned businesses. Work with a lot of not-for-profits. And for almost the entirety of our existence, we have worked with municipalities and police organizations assessing their incoming police candidates. In many places, we do that at or near cost because we think it's an important community service. And so we can talk a little bit our history there, and we can talk about how that has changed over time. But our core service is really using psychology for the things that you would see more in Division 13, consulting psychology. So pre-employment assessment, assessment for selection, development, executive coaching, organizational development, that sort of thing. Thank you for coming to the infomercial. On with the real content. Kelsey, is this your slide?
It sure is. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Like Terrence mentioned, we're thrilled to be here. We do work in a lot of areas, but we feel that, really nailing down best practices in policing is extremely important. So our objectives today are first to provide you just a general overview of the use of assessments in policing and how they've changed over the years. So this includes structured interviews, it includes job simulations and questionnaire-based assessments. So to help highlight some of these best practices, we're also going to provide you an example of some of our work in police assessments. So hopefully you will find that engaging. Instead of us just talking at you all day, you get to actually see what we do in the world of policing. And to help highlight some of our best practices of the use of assessments in the field, we will also be thrilled to welcome our guest speaker, Craig. We're very happy that he is joining our team today, as he can provide some direct perspective on what this actually looks like, boots on the ground. So we are super happy to have him here today. So essentially our objectives are to really get you started thinking about what assessment looks like in policing and how psychologists can positively contribute to getting the best people possible on those policing teams. We will also be providing some opportunity for Q&As. So as we mentioned in the beginning, feel free to throw those in the Q&A chat. We'll be monitoring that throughout the presentation and answering questions when we can, as well as saving some for the end to have an open discussion about our talk today. So an important note before we start, no one here is expected to be the expert. So even us presenting as experts, we're not the experts either. So really what we want to do is challenge ourselves to stretch. So rather than framing a conversation or a topic as uncomfortable, we want to encourage you to think of it as a challenge. So pushing yourself out of your comfort level and into your stretch zone, hopefully not into that panic zone, but to really use this conversation today to think critically about our role in policing and how we can positively contribute to selecting and assessing the best people. So this is a place to discuss, reflect, and learn. And we encourage you to ask tough questions and to challenge our expertise and to really be a participant in helping everyone stretch their understanding today of our role in policing. So some ground rules as we get started. Please respect other people's opinions. We know that policing can be a touchy subject, so we appreciate in advance you really understanding the different perspectives that we might have in this room. Be curious and ask questions. Like we mentioned, we'll have 30 minutes at the end dedicated strictly to Q&A, so we are happy to field any questions that you might have about policing and assessments. Keep confidences. So again, making sure that this room feels safe, that people can ask questions and be curious without fear of any of that being brought outside of this webinar today. Try to stay present with us. We know it's difficult to sit and stare at your computer for 2 hours, but we appreciate you being here, so attempt to stay engaged. And then lastly, provide us with honest feedback. So you will have the opportunity to provide formal feedback at the end of the meeting. If you would like to provide feedback in the chat as well, we welcome that. So please just let us know how we're doing. And lastly, again, today is an opportunity to explore your stretch zone. So you are the only person that really knows where that starts and where that ends. So we are counting on you to stay attuned to how you're feeling, critically examine your thoughts, your feelings, and your reactions, as you are the only one that has access to those feelings, and really critically examine how you're interacting with this information.
Thank you, Kelsey. The beginning of this conversation, I think, started with Chuck and I talking maybe a year and a half ago. Policing issues, diversity issues could not have been a hotter topic last year, and they became salient to a lot of us, especially to a lot of us that have privilege because of many of the tragedies of last year. And I think that really was the birthplace of this talk, is where can psychology make a positive contribution? It's in our ethics code that we need to make the world a better place. And there's lots of opportunities for psychologists to do that And we think that this is one of those avenues. So we've got a lot of content coming up specific about, from a diversity standpoint, what can policing organizations be doing? It is our hope that you will end up being kind of the force multiplier in all of this. These are important but difficult discussions to have around policing in America. And, we're blessed to have access to the social science on that, and we can make some improvements. So again, it really is our hope that for those of you that are really curious about this, that we're scratching that itch. For those of you that do a lot of this in practice, maybe we learn something from you, maybe you learn something from us, but really for all of us on this talk, that we become better advocates for diversity in policing and to think about how we can make this better. I think you're going to be really excited with Jordan's section coming up. So Jordan does a lot of the actual assessment of the candidates. He's going to walk you through a couple of candidates so you can really see what this looks like in real time. What I'm going to do before that is talk a little bit about the MMPI and specifically the MMPI-2 and the MMPI-3. Not knowing who is practicing using which instrument, they're in the transition phase. We're probably going to be moving to the MMPI-3 in January of next year. The core of assessment, I won't steal too much of Jordan's thunder. The core of the assessment really is a little bit of job simulation, some questionnaire work, and a structured clinical interview with very specific questions around policing. The MMPI, of course, being the grandparent of a lot of the other instruments, we thought we would start there. So, does the MMPI do a good job? In general, there's coming up on 50 years of evidence that the original MMPI, the MMPI-2, and this MMPI-3 are demonstrating moderate to strong validity in identifying police candidates, specifically at risk to counterproductive work behaviors. Jordan and I had a good conversation maybe just a couple of days ago, because the conversation was, should we present, a candidate who had, a really good candidate and a really average candidate? And he made the point, hey, the MMPI is really more of a knockout tool than it is a rule-in tool, which I think is important. As we all know, it's primarily designed as a measure of pathology. So its scales are designed as predictors of negative outcomes in policing candidates. And there's all sorts of scales in there. The RF scales, the MMPI-3, the data on it looks pretty promising. Again, you never know until you get a couple of years behind you. But if you look at in their technical manual, if you want to look on page 23 for the MMPI-3, the MMPI-3, it's substantially associated with history of violations of the law and substance abuse. So it's good at vetting some of that stuff out. Graham, always a great researcher on the MMPI, does say that there's pretty good cross-cultural generalizability of MMPI findings. So there really is just strong evidence of continued use of the MMPI-3. Not a perfect instrument, but when combined with a clinical interview and a job simulation, it still appears to be some of the high ground. And the talking with the folks at the MMPI is that they have worked to make these scales even more predictive, and that does appear to be the case. Again, their technical manual is surprisingly readable, and I'm kind of in the 14 to 23 page range of their technical manual if you ever want to look at it. On the next slide, we talk a lot about competency. So I trained as a clinical psychologist. My early work was working inside of VA hospitals, and I went back and got more training in more industrial and organizational studies, and have to lean on the half of our practice who does this really, really well. Competencies really are the clusters of behaviors, attitudes, traits, qualities that are needed for a role. These appear to be the top 10 qualities to identify good or bad police candidates. This is also useful because you can use the MMPI at many levels to look at how someone would perform inside of these different areas. The meta-analysis here that we're referencing is Ones, is the author, 2003. And it's this model is pretty well set and it's pretty well documented. There's many states that actually use this as their kind of pre-vetted competencies for police officers. I'll give you a little bit of a drive through. Most of these concepts are pretty face valid. emotional control and stress tolerance. So someone who would struggle with this is more likely to become impatient with others over minor infractions, and they may have difficulty performing duties under stressful situations. The core of the construct is deficits in the ability to maintain emotional and behavioral control under pressure and other adverse circumstances. Counterproductive behaviors in this domain includes overreaction to provocation or challenges, moodiness, irritability, or inaction or hesitancy in the face of an emergency or a high stress situation. It's a little bit different from impulse control problems, which we'll get down to in a minute. Routine task performance. This is sort of how do they function in terms of the required, but perhaps less interesting aspects of the work. So people that score low here in this domain will have difficulty writing reports, and will have a hard time cognitively adapting from the high stress environments with a lot of stimulation to the low stress environments with less stimulation, but with routine work that still needs to be maintained. The construct is about applying job relevant skills and abilities in the context of more routine demands. Counterproductive behaviors would, be avoiding challenges, difficulty performing routine tasks and job functions, not checking your equipment in and out properly, not filing your reports on time and accurately, that sort of stuff. Decision making and judgment. So this is really about the planning, prioritizing, making decisive actions, and making decisions sort of under normal conditions. The counterproductive behaviors here are going to be failing to make decisions or not taking action, not thinking on your feet effectively, failing to make mid-course corrections, not being willing to sort of let go of a bad idea and move to something else, or not focusing on the big picture, kind of hyper-focusing on what's going on right now. Struggles here would be, decision making. I think of this one sort of more like executive functioning, right? Are you really letting your prefrontal cortex do its job and help you think big picture, long term, long range? Feedback acceptance. Craig can correct me in the future, but my guess is at some point while you're a law enforcement official, you get some sort of feedback from someone. Of course, I'm kidding. My guess is you're getting feedback constantly from all directions, and you've got to decide which ones you want to accept. So people that have like feedback acceptance is about, do you have deficits in your ability to consider your own role in your contributions to a situation or a problem? Or if you're in the face of constructive criticism, are you able or unable to put it into a plan for self-improvement? If you're not good in this domain, you're going to get very defensive. You're going to blame others. You're going to minimize. People that score low here are likely to brush off criticism. Assertiveness. I oftentimes hear this referred to as command presence. So it's the ability to act confidently with others, assertive when necessary, using dominance when necessary, and using control when necessary. This is also one of those sweet spot competencies that too much or too little, of course, is problematic. Counterproductive behaviors can be a failure to engage others, or being overly assertive or overly timid. This is, again, this is one of those inverted U's, right? You got to find the sweet spot because too much or too little is problematic. Social competence and teamwork really relates to how is this person going to function as a part of a team? Will they communicate with tact and sensitivity, work effectively with others, accept authority, accept direction? People that score low on this will oftentimes criticize others. They will show bias towards others. They'll be rude to people that don't see the world from their perspective. They'll resist people in positions of responsibility over them, and they're more likely to denigrate others. I would say that for many of our municipalities, this is the one that the chiefs seem to care about the most. That's probably an exaggeration, but they really, a lot of municipalities that we work with, they are interacting with the public, and they want to make sure that the public experiences of the police force is a positive one. And I think a lot of that really comes from this competency. Integrity, or as my grandfather would say, what you would do when nobody else is looking. So will you maintain high moral standards, strong ethics, People that score lower on this will be non-compliant with organizational rules or just societal norms. They're the ones that are more likely to exploit their role as a peace officer, and they'll use their position for personal or just other illegitimate interests. If there's a, and again, I know that this has been a part of Craig's career, is these are the places where you have to watch out for corruption, exploitation, dishonesty, deception, that sort of stuff. All right, don't worry, this is the longest slide. I'm almost done, coming around the home end. Conscientiousness and dependability. So will you diligently and reliably fulfill your obligations? People that score low here are likely to take shortcuts that are bad ideas. They're going to be disorganized, and they may violate safety protocols because it's inconvenient or takes too long to do the right thing. This is one that's predictive of whether or not they will show up to testify in court when they are supposed to, or if they show up on time and ready to go. Substance use is still a strong predictor. We always interview on history of alcohol and drug use, and the MAC-R is good in the MMPI for finding it as well too. Unfortunately, this is a job group that still has a fairly high rate of substance use and substance abuse, so it's an important one to check out. And impulse control. Impulse control is being impulsive and taking unnecessary risk that threatens the safety of self or others. People that don't score well here are the ones that are more likely to drive beyond their limits. And I mean drive in both senses of the word. Will they be responsible for the vehicle that they're in? And will they push too hard or not push hard enough? So if you ever get asked, what are the 10 qualities that you want to look at for police candidates? This appears to be the most kind of empirically supported model that's out there. And I promise it'll get more interesting soon. Only one more slide for Terrence. So a couple of other things to think about, the MMPI, and again, we are moving to the 3 next year. It has passed the sniff test to us. We've gone to a couple of their webinars. Like, they've been very thoughtful specifically about its use in selecting police candidates. And just as a reminder, it's fundamentally designed to detect psychopathology, which means, according to the Americans with Disabilities Act, it is a medical test. Our understanding, we'd be curious if anyone out there has been trained differently, is that the MMPI is appropriate after there is a contingent offer on the table. It should be given and used as a part of the person's medical background. So at the same point that they'd be going for a physical is when they would get the MMPI as well. There's just a whole lot of evidence out there. It should be so the L scale is important. So once you start getting raw scores above 8, that you would expect some level of intentionality in how people are responding to the MMPI, but it does look like high L scales are of concern. And all the stuff that we got trained on, all the basic scales seem to matter. Some of the supplementary scales appear to matter a little bit more than others. The MAC-R, AAS, over-controlled hostility, those appear to be predictive. There's not a whole lot of evidence for any of the content scales or the Harris Lingo scales as well too. We will provide you with the entire slide deck and a couple of the references as well too, so you can see the articles that we're referencing on this. So now for something interesting. I yield the balance of my time to Jordan, who can actually walk you through what some candidates actually look like.
Yay, perfect. Thank you so much, Terrence, for setting me up. So like Terrence said, there are a number of measures that we provide for each of the municipalities that we work with, and we tailor each of our reports to what they are looking for. So I'm going to walk you through our process and how we go about assessing the data, collecting the data, assessing the data, and giving the report to the clients. So our comprehensive assessment for police candidates is as follows. We have a clinical interview. We have the motivation questionnaire, also the MQ. We have the California Personality Inventory, the CPI. We have the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, MMPI, like Terrence just described. and we have a mock police report. So with the California Psychological Inventory, is the CPI is one of the most researched and widely used personality questionnaires for assessment in business and in industry. It provides an indication of how that candidate compares to the general population on several job-related personality factors. So the CPI contains 260 true or false statements that the candidate answers about him or herself. And this questionnaire is normed to the general population. And with the motivation questionnaire, that describes the extent to which a number of factors motivate the individual. This questionnaire contains 144 statements, with the candidate indicating on a 5-point Likert scale to what extent of the 144 statements affect their motivation to work. With the MMPI, like Terrence described, a little more detail to that, it consists of 567 true or false questions. It takes about 60 to 90 minutes to complete. That's the MMPI-2. And the MMPI-2 has 338 true false questions, and that is the revised form of the MMPI-2, and that takes about 35 to 50 minutes to complete. With our process, because of COVID and having to tailor and adjust to what the climate is like, we do interviews in person, on Zoom, on the phone, whatever we can do in order to get that clinical interview completed. We will do that. With the assessments, the number of assessments the candidates can take online, or they come into the offices, they can complete those in the office as well. With the clinical interview, I am one of the individuals at CMA that conducts the clinical interview. We have a structured guide that just asks basic things of where's your interest to be in law enforcement generated, what's your background, your career experience, but also what motivated you to apply for the specific job that they're applying to. With each of our clients, we have a direct relationship with them, and we know specifically what they're looking for in their candidates. So although we give the basic comprehensive assessment to all of our candidates, we know how to tailor them to each of our clients, like I said before. Oh, and with yep, that's fine. You're good. So we're going to talk a little bit about, yep, next slide. You're good. So we're going to talk a little bit about, like Terrence said, taking you through some de-identified results. We'll give you examples of a 3 and a 5, just to show you the comparative between the two. So like I said, we give the CPI, the MQ, the MMPI, and a number of other scales. And here I'm going to describe what the CPI, what we look for in the CPI. So the important skills that we look for are responsibility, social conformity, self-control, empathy, dominance, well-being, tolerance, sensitivity, and sensitivity. So when we're going through, when the candidate takes the CPI, we get the results. I, myself, and my supervisors, we go through each of the reports and look to see where their scores are falling. Well, we look to see if the scales are 50 and above. When things are 50 and below, then those are points of concern or things that we need to look out for. So if you look on the MEETS standards for the overall 3 rating, right there on social presence, that's below at a 38. And what social presence is, how do you relate to the individuals that you are working amongst? Can you relate to can you engage in conversation effectively? Are your social skills up to par, not only for yourself, but for the department that you're working for? And when we see that score that's below 50, that is a point of concern. But with a clinical interview, that's what we use to see to add more meat to the bones, more context to it. A lot of the data can say one thing and the individual can actually verbalize another. So we want to use the whole comprehensive assessment in order to come to a score. So like I said, at the top, we have a meet standards at 3 and exceed standards at 5. There's a rating scale from 1 to 5 that we rate the candidates on. 3 is meet, so of course that's going to be a go ahead for the candidate to be approved for the department, and it's up to the department whether they hire them or not. With 5, that means they exceed all of the measures. They did well on everything. They basically passed the test. So basically what we're gonna do is just show you the difference between what a 3 and a 5 looks like.
While we're going to the next slide, just to put a exclamation point on what Jordan just said there, this is a really good example of, tying it back to the competencies. That lower social presence really is going to talk about, can they develop that command presence when they need to in the moment? Can they warm up quickly enough when the chips are down?
Excuse me. And a number of candidates that I have interviewed, they have prior experience in law enforcement, criminal justice, but there are others that have not had that experience and they're just coming out of the academy. So we also factor that into the assessment as well. So as we're looking here, still looking at the CPI with the 3 and the 5, let's compare the we can look at the motivations and thinking style. So with achievement via conformance and the achievement via independence, that is how can you team well with others and how can you accomplish the goals yourself. So if we look here at the number 3, the individual scored a 66 and then a 58. So like we said, we are looking for candidates that are above 50 because that means that they are, at the average, they're meeting the standards that the department is looking for. If we look over here to exceed standards, number 5, this individual is more likely to do well individually versus with the team. However, he's still able to work well with the team. Does that kind of make sense, Terrence? Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, very well said. Yeah.
Yes. Now we're going to move on and talk a little about the motivation questionnaire. And again, this is between 3 and 5. So we're looking at the scales level of activity. How likely are you to be engaged in the work? All the departments clearly want to look for individuals who are active, proactive, and not just sitting around and waiting or not likely to be engaged in work. Achievement, do you set goals for yourself? How likely are you to achieve those goals? With competition, there's always good, friendly competition, but individuals who are highly competitive, usually that leads to sensitivity because they're making themselves, they're trying to compare themselves to others instead of focusing on the goal at hand, which is doing the job. We look at power, we look at immersion and like commercial outlook and things like that. That can go to the next slide, it'll be more descriptive. So those were the scales where like the individuals fall. This is what we want to look at. We want to see if the arrows are pointing in the right, because clearly that says highly motivating. The MQ goes from highly demotivating to highly motivating. And we want to see which candidates are clearly the arrows going in the right direction and which arrows are going in the left direction. We want to draw some attention to. With the meet standards, number 3 candidate with immersion. Again, this is how you engage in work and going beyond the call of duty. So is the individual more likely to stay on the job, stay at the job after hours, do responsibilities that are out of their required responsibilities, and how does that translate to their future work? So as you can see on both of these individuals, their arrows for immersion is going in the left direction. And like I said, we have to draw attention to that. And like Terrence said, we use a clinical interview to ask more specific questions, like give them scenarios and job simulations and see where their mind is at to see if like the data is matching up with their responses. The MMPI, like Terrence said, the granddaddy of it all. So the MMPI we use to see, it is used for the clinical and non-clinical population, but we're using it for obviously police candidates. And we're not using to see if they're psycho, if they're crazy, but if they're competent enough to do the job. And it's a rule in, like Terrence said, and we want to look at the scales. So Terrence, if you want to talk a little bit about the scales, I can like follow you with that.
Sure. My bet is everyone here has some familiarity with the MMPI. You've probably seen a couple hundred of them. So, on the left, looking at the validity indicators, on the right, looking at the clinical scales. And, just like we were taught in graduate school, what's the overlap? What's the intersection between the clinical interview and between the MMPI? And again, back to Jordan's point, this is a rule out instrument. It's, I understand that historically the MMPI was occasionally thought of or used as a measure of personality. That predates my training. I was really trained that it was a measure of pathology. So, a little bit of scale 9 here, but subclinical, and a little bit of L in here too. Again, it's not unusual to see fairly defensive profiles because these are folks who aren't inclined to be overly expressive about any concerns or experiences they've had. But in general, a pretty clean profile.
And what's interesting, so I'm sorry, Zach, you can go to the slide. What's interesting, I'm a clinical psych doctoral student at SLU. And when I use the MMPI, I'm using to see, okay, does my client have, a mental disorder? And I'm going to see it from the clinical side. But when I came to CMA, I had to learn how to tailor what I've learned and how to assess the MMPI for the police candidates and what the departments are looking for, and using that verbiage in order to translate what they're looking for through their data. So it's been a very interesting experience, and hopefully our description of it has made sense. Very nice. We're going to talk review a little bit of the de-identified reports for the exceeds and the meets. So when we give the clients the final report, it's a summary of all the data, the CPI, MQ, Shipley, the comprehensive assessment, basically. And here are the scales that we give individual descriptors to. So these are the personal, on the left is the personal characteristics, how well is the individual can be trained, what's their drive, what's their energy, their judgment and maturity, their career orientation, and their motivation for police work. On the right, I give an example of how the individual can be responsible on the job, their use of force, their ability to respond to crisis. And again, this is the exceed, so the 5. And as you can see here, number 4, the ability to respond to a crisis in emergency situations. We rated this individual on a 5, I think because due to the experience that he's had, the results on his assessment, and the clinical interview.
Jordan, before we give it all over to Aisha, would you mind telling a little bit? So the candidate on the right, the exceed standards, we actually have some interesting follow-up on that candidate. Do you mind just briefly telling the story about that candidate and how they came to us and how things ended for them?
If I tell this, okay, yes. So
just don't tell which municipality it is.
that's what I'm afraid of. Like I have such a big mouth, so cut me off if I. But when I do these assessments, I write them up, send them off to the department, and I usually don't know what happens after that because I don't hire or fire. But when we were putting this workshop together, John and Terrence let me know that there was one that stood out than others, received a specific award due to his job performance. Am I telling it right, Terrence?
You got it. Yeah, you got it. He actually, I think, he was in the janitorial staff in the police office, and then decided to finish his degree, decided to go to the academy. And then we got a note from the chief, a couple of months after hire that he was, I'm making it up, but it was something like, it's the earliest career person to get this this level of a meritorious service award. So, this is social science. We don't get them all right, but it is encouraging, when we think something stands out as a positive, that we get some feedback from the environment that it's the case.
we love that the clients can see that, we are doing our part, but I think it goes to the assessment process and CMA's assessment process and the different stages that we put the candidates through, just so that we can see how they will do on the job hypothetically. And like this specific individual, his path to success, we like to hear that. So yeah, I appreciate that.
Jordan and I are doing very hard not to say the name of the municipality. One of the other things that helps is it's a municipality we have an over 25-year relationship with. So we've gotten feedback over those 25 years about what seems to help officers be effective or ineffective in those roles. So, it's not an official part of the slide deck, but it's always nice to get feedback from the environment. Before we turn this over to Aisha, are there any questions in the chat that we ought to get to first?
Terrence, hi, this is Zach here on the back end. We have a question from the Q&A portion of this. And so the question is, by the Police Officer Psychological Screening Manual of 2020, effectively, the best practice is to administer the questionnaires first, then the interview. So this individual wanted to get specific clarity on what the rationale for giving an interview prior to the questionnaires.
I would say that we most oftentimes, so to be clear, most oftentimes we will have the interview data. We'll have the questionnaire data before, especially the CPI and the EMQ, so we can tailor our interview questions more specifically. It doesn't have to go in that order, but in our experience, it's better to have the interview data first because you can be more specific in your follow-up questions. That we don't do, and again, we could be in the wrong here. We do not do the MMPI first because that only happens after they've given them a job offer. So we can do the interview before we do the MMPI. And if someone knows what is best practice and that's not it, please let us know.
And also too, absolutely. And I think the way that I created the slide, I put like clinical interview up there first. I don't know why I did that, but the schedule sometimes works out where the individual will complete the assessments over a number of days, but the interview usually follows that. But if it's like a rushed and like the department wants it done at a specific time, but the client and our schedule doesn't line up, they won't have to like rearrange that. But usually we'll try to run it like the regular way, get the data with the interview, and then go from there. But yeah, we just try our best. But good question.
I think it's a legal issue. I mean, I wish that we had the MMPI first as well too, because I would tailor my interview based on, critical items. That's what we'd all do based on how we're trained. But I think it's the very specific. And again, if someone knows different, please let us know because we want to do the best work we can. It's as soon as you enter the MMPI, they have to have the contingent job offer before you can do the MMPI. All right. Aisha.
Yes.
All you. We're dropping off.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Terrence. I'm really excited to talk to you guys about implicit bias in policing. So we'll have a discussion about diversity, equity, inclusion, and the importance of thinking about these particular components when we're assessing and screening police candidates. Next slide, please. So what is DE&I? So what I found in my experience is when we're talking about these components, a lot of times people have different ideas of what diversity, equity, and inclusion are. So for the remainder of this talk today, this is how we will identify and define these three components. And for the most part, this is how the psychologists and the consultants at CMA define diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we found that these are kind of the best definitions. So diversity is all the ways in which people differ, right? So and we'll talk a little bit more about this momentarily, but that runs the gambit of how we identify all the different vast ways in which individuals identify. Equity is fair treatment, access, opportunity, and advancement for all people. So one's identity cannot predict the outcome. And inclusion is a variety of people having power, a voice, and decision-making authority. So one way to kind of capture these three components in a more kind of everyday example is take yourself back to junior high school or high school prom, whatever phase of life where you felt most confident. And think about going to one of those, homecoming dances, prom, or whatever. And diversity can be described as inviting different types of people to the dance, right? We're inviting all the different types of people to come to this fun event. Equity would be asking different individuals to dance with you. And then inclusion is allowing those individuals to select the music. And we'll talk a little bit about the difference between those things. So you can look at diversity, equity, inclusion kind of in that way. It's inviting people and then including them and then giving them power. Next slide, please. All right, so diversity is similar to, as psychologists, we probably all have utilized in some way, shape, or form the iceberg phenomenon, right? I can think of my training when we talk about emotions and what are the emotions that are at the top, and then what's kind of those core emotions underneath. And diversity is very similar. So this is all the ways in which we differ. And the majority of the times we think of those very, very obvious ways that we're different, right? Which are skin color, our race, our gender, or our age. But there are some aspects of diversity that are not visible, right? And that can be our life experiences, our sexual orientation, our family status, languages, or our different beliefs. And it's important to recognize and appreciate all of these different differences amongst us all. So think about that iceberg and what's visible and what's not. And all of those aspects of who we are part of how we're different and how we're diverse. Next slide, please. So equity is fair treatment, access, opportunity, and advancement for all people, as I mentioned before. So looking at this image here on the screen, we can see that equity is very different from equality. Right? So equality focuses on the input, right? We're giving everyone the same types of resources. As you can see in the picture here, this doesn't account for the differences of the three individuals there. It doesn't account for life experiences, educational background, even physical differences like in height. So equity focuses on the output. What resources does each individual need in order for them to achieve their goal? So here you see on the right, equity will be giving that individual who's standing up first the specific resources that they need to obtain their goal, whatever that is, right? And those are different for each of those individuals. So it's taking into account our differences and providing the resources for each individual to meet their goal and to be successful. Next slide. So inclusion is creating environments in which any individual or group can feel welcomed, respected, supported, and valued to fully participate. And so there are tons of benefits, right? Our research has shown that there are vast benefits when we bring inclusion into our work environment and into our everyday lives. So we can bring about psychological safety, which is very, very core to innovation, to individuals performing their best at work, to allowing the individuals who work together, even students, whatever the population is, allowing them to feel safe, allowing them to feel included, right? Inclusion also is involved in the engagement with the work group, it's feeling respected and valued. That when inclusion is a part of a workplace, then diversity is recognized, it's attended to, and it's honored. It helps us be our authentic and whole self. And then it also brings influence on decision-making, right? So that's that part of allowing those individuals to select the music, giving them the same type of power that everyone else has in decision-making. Next slide. So another way to think about inclusion is to think about high belonging and high uniqueness. So a lot of times when we think about including people, when we think about making sure that our spaces are diverse, we don't take into account the importance of individuals feeling that their uniqueness is valued, individuals feeling like they are belonging to a space completely, right? So when we have low value in uniqueness and low belongings, right, on the left-hand side, this is exclusion, right? So individual is not treated as an organizational insider with unique value in their work group, but there are other employees or groups who are those insiders. But when we have high value and uniqueness, so when an organization says we value your uniqueness, but you still aren't really a part of the in-group, that's differentiation. So the individual is not treated as an organizational insider in the work group, but their unique characteristics are seen as valuable and requires for group and organizational success. So this is when an individual has been identified as like, they're so unique over here and we need you whenever we need you, right? Whenever we want your input. But other than that, you're kind of distant and you're kind of outside of that group. When we have high belongingness, right, and not a value for an individual's uniqueness, that's when we have assimilation. So the individual is treated as an insider in their work group when they conform to the organization or dominant culture norms, and they downplay their own uniqueness. So what we want is inclusion, and that's that high belongingness and high value of uniqueness. And this allows the individual, they feel like they belong, and they're also encouraged to retain that uniqueness that allows them to be their authentic self. Next slide. So our objectives is to enhance our understanding of the role bias can play in selecting candidates for law enforcement, right? So it's important to talk about, when we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, to talk about our biases, right? And we'll go in depth briefly about how our biases play a part in our screening and selection and assessment for police candidates, why it's important for us to understand those roles, and then also review kind of specific actions that we can take to contribute to better decision-making in a more inclusive environment. As Dr. Maya Angelou says, like, when we know better, we do better. So that's our goal, is to help put that information out there, provide some insights and strategies, some tips to reduce bias, and then also awareness of our own individual biases and how those can be impacted by different ways that we can talk about that in just a moment, but also how the screening process and selections are impacted by our own biases, right? So it's important to understand how our brain works because it impacts our interaction with our colleagues, with our decisions, and we all benefit from being more mindful of the ways in which our stress can negatively impact our decision-making. Our intent may differ from our impact, and then also how we can behave in more fair and inclusive ways. Next slide, please. So implicit bias. I love talking about implicit bias because it's fun to go into like that unconscious kind of awareness. I'm sure a lot of you guys do because we're all psychologists, but it just reminds me of digging deep into System 1 and System 2, which we'll talk about a little bit as well. But so I want to introduce implicit bias, and then we're going to talk about biases in systems as also our individual biases, and then action steps. So what can we do now that we're aware of our biases? What steps can we take to reduce that? And specifically reduce that in screening and assessing for police candidates. Next slide, please. So implicit bias is the automatic kind of subconscious associations that affect the way we perceive, evaluate, or interact with people from groups that our biases are targeted, right? So when we think about the idea of System 1 and System 2, right, or even heuristics, so what our brains are doing is, as you guys probably know, is finding shortcuts, right? So it's creating these heuristics for us to help make decisions and process information in a very, very quick way. But when we do that, we're prone to tons of mistakes. When we're operating very, very quick, we're prone to those mistakes, right? And that can impact the way that we make decisions. That can impact the way that we interact with others. And so our brains have created these heuristics, or these shortcuts, if you will, on how we think about individuals, how we interact in society. Who are those good people? Who are those bad people? And that can impact race, religion, age, sexual orientation, ability status, skin color, weight, all of those different ways that we identify. So our implicit bias can negatively impact those things. And we often times this is very, very contrary to how we want to act and behave and make those decisions. So these are very contrary for the most part, to our beliefs. And they also fly under the radar. So it's going to be important for us to bring those to our awareness, bring those to our conscious level of awareness so that we can make changes, so that we can do something about those things. Next slide, please. Right, so these are the ways that implicit bias show up in policing. So the interviewing, the hiring process, during coaching and development, talent reviews, and even day-to-day interactions. And Craig, our guest speaker, will go in depth and talk a little bit more about the ways that these things show up in policing. So the hiring process. So how are we assessing police candidates? What assessments are we using? How are we utilizing those interviews, those clinical interviews? Where are we recruiting from? And then when we think about who are those individuals that are getting the development stuff, who are those individuals that are getting those opportunities for coaching? How are those talent reviews being processed? How are we evaluating those police officers and the candidates based on talent? And are those things free from implicit bias, right? Our day-to-day interactions as well. So on a day-to-day basis, how are we interacting with the police candidates? How are they interacting with those individuals who are making those hiring decisions, as well as the community? Next slide. So our implicit bias comes from, everything, right? If we live in society, we are susceptible to biases from direct exposure to individuals, even from the media, from tons of content that we consume on a day-to-day basis that we're not necessarily aware of, that may be reinforcing certain stereotypes that we have of others. So if we live in society, we have for sure developed some type of implicit bias, right? So our brains have made shortcuts, we've taken in information, and our brains have tried to make sense of that in some way, and that contributes to implicit bias. Next slide. So what about explicit bias in policing candidates, right? So we talked a little bit about implicit bias. That's that underneath the things that we can't see in that iceberg example, but explicit bias are attitudes and beliefs that we have about a person or a group on a conscious level. So these are the biases that we are very aware of. So we are fully aware of this thing. So these are, in most cases, things that we can self-report about, right? So if we're being honest, we can talk about how we have explicit bias amongst certain groups or with certain groups, right? So these are attitudes that we are aware of. It causes us to express like broad generalizations about certain groups of people. They tend to intensify as well when we feel threatened. So as we remember what took place last year, a lot of conversations about explicit bias and about the intensification when we feel threatened or when we feel scared. And all of those things come to the surface and are more heightened when we feel stressed out, when we're afraid, or when we feel threatened. This also can be used as a way to justify unfair treatment or violence, right? So when we think about those unconscious biases, and then on top of that, these very conscious generalizations that we have about certain groups, or that some individuals have about certain groups, we can utilize that to justify our behaviors, right? So that's that confirmation bias of, well, this is what happens when these, types of groups of people behave in a certain way, or so forth, right? This also may be hidden and concealed by social norms that deem bias unacceptable. So if we think about our society, we think about, obviously we know what's right and what's wrong. And we saw that last year with all of the unrest and the social justice issues that were brought to the forefront. Right? We know that those things are unacceptable in our society. So if certain policies and procedures are, thanks, Zach, certain policies and procedures can hide those implicit biases and explicit biases in certain systems because they're not deemed appropriate if those things are talked about or discussed up front. Next slide, please. All right, so biases in systems and in individuals. We're going to talk about that for just a couple moments. Next slide. So how do we identify and measure implicit bias? So research studies, so we can use large samples, experimental studies to help identify ways that we are, the ways that which our implicit biases, are impacting our decision-making, randomized assignment to experimental group, and then differences between groups may indicate biases. So with the IAT, the implicit association test, if you have taken some of those assessments, which maybe a few of you have, or maybe some of you have, you may be aware of, or may remember, one of those tests would be like associating positive words or positive images with a particular group, right? And how quickly you respond to those, to that stimuli can determine whether or not a bias is present, right? So that's one way that we can measure implicit bias. So the IAT is a computer task to identify your own cognitive associations. So what are you associating with positive images or positive words? And you compare that with Black individuals or white individuals or other minorities or gender or abilities. And the IAT is able to assess based on how quickly you associate these two stimuli if there is an implicit bias that's present. Next slide. All right, so what can we do about this implicit bias? Next slide, please. So the question is, can we totally get rid of our implicit bias? And the answer is no, right? So that the biases that we have, those heuristics, those quick way of responding, those cognitive associations have been at play for a very, very long time, right? And they're constantly being reinforced every single day that we interact with the world. So there is no quick fix, right? So even including training. So attending this training today or attending another training at work is not going to be a quick fix to get rid of our implicit bias. But training can be the beginning of a continuation and a long-term process of helping to reduce bias. Next slide, please. So best we can do is a compromise. So we can learn to recognize situations in which mistakes are likely and try harder to avoid significant mistakes when the stakes are high. So we can help bring those things that are implicit, right, to our awareness. Then that can help us be aware, okay, in this situation, is there a bias at play that I'm not aware of? Am I viewing this situation from a place where I can cause some harm in this decision that I'm about to make? Or am I looking at this particular group in an erroneous way due to my implicit bias? So we can become aware of that, and then we can take steps and actions to help reduce that impact. Next slide. Right. So specifically with police candidates and with assessing with police officers, we can reduce racial bias by a number of ways. So the first is intergroup contact. And intergroup contact is really the most simplest and most reliable way and the most powerful way to kind of reduce racial bias. And this is to engage in non-negative contact with out-group members. All right, so the 4 things that need to be at play when intergroup contact is taking place is that there needs to be equal status between the 2 groups. So the in-group and the out-group, there needs to be equal level of status between those 2. There also needs to be common goals. So if a police department or municipality would like to utilize intergroup contact, right? So there first needs to be a level of power between the community and the police officers, right? So that should be established first. Second thing that needs to be established is a common goal. Like, do both groups want to move towards the same common goal here? And then the last thing is that there needs to be cooperation. And then in addition to that, cooperation amongst 2 groups, and then also there should be support from the authority figures. So support from the policing municipality, and then also support from the community. So another way of reducing racial bias is out-group exposure. And this is using counter stereotypical examples. So exposure to out-group members who contradict those typical stereotypes. So if you think about one way to do this, like in a police department, is to very practical way is to have like images of individuals of the out group. So say Black individuals, images of those people who are counteract those, or controvert rather, those general kind of stereotypes of individuals in that group. So that's one way to do it. There's another example of using the IAT with counter stereotype stimuli. So that would be like having positive images of this particular group and going over that multiple times to help kind of retrain that brain or recreate another heuristic or another shortcut, right? That's counteractive to those stereotypes. The last one is stereotype negation training. And this is literally just saying no to words that are constant with targeted group stereotypes and saying yes to words that are inconsistent with those stereotypes. So this is reduced activation of those stereotypes. And this has been shown to reduce that with follow-up testing. So this can be done using the IAT or other different types of training stimuli where you're simply going through maybe seeing or reading those images that are stereotypical and just saying no or yes to those different stereotypes to kind of counteract that those heuristics and the implicit bias. Next slide. So agency level interventions. Obviously, banning racial profiling would be extremely beneficial throughout the municipality to reduce those impacts of implicit bias through the profiling, as well as thoroughly training officers. So training officers utilizing those different techniques to reduce implicit bias, providing trainings on the prevalence of implicit bias, how it impacts our decision-making, how stress, and how when an officer feels threatened, how those things are more heightened and how that can obviously become deadly. And then collecting data and adapting new technologies would be really important for the agency. And then lastly would be reducing discretion. So taking a lot of that decision-making power away from the individual and putting things in place where that the public is protected a little bit more and taking that, offloading that weight off of that officer so that the agency can kind of carry that a little bit more. And then onboarding and hiring, right? So valid and reliable selection approach for both minorities and non-minorities through a multi-trait, multi-method approach. So multi-trait would be cognitive abilities, right? So assessing those in different ways, assessing leadership behavior and personality factors, conscientiousness, interpersonal skills, their motivation, sales approach when it's applicable, and then multi-method. So interviews, assorted tests of questionnaires. So not just one or not just a few, but an assortment of different types of tests and questionnaires, background checks, job simulation, and then technical skills as well. Next slide. All right, and what can we do to combat implicit bias, right? So depending on the situation, some tools are more helpful and useful than others. We all want to do the right thing, but we can't change everything about how we think and interact with the world. So pick a few areas, a few strategies, and begin to practice those and utilize those in our own individual lives. And this is not going to come, overnight. It's not going to be easy, right? So we're recognizing that we're practically trying to retrain the way that our brain associates, the way our cognition associates different things, right? So we're taking it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of practice to rebuild and reestablish different heuristics to avoid implicit bias. Next slide. All right, so in summary, implicit bias is an empirically supported construct. The impact of implicit bias on social interactions can be harmful, particularly when people are not aware of it. And so it's important to bring that to our awareness, what types of implicit bias we have, how those are impacting the individuals that we work with, our community, and so forth. And then learning about our own implicit bias and working to counteract it can be helpful to align your intent with your impact. Next slide. Here are some resources, Daniel Kahneman, Thinking Fast and Thinking Slow, Blind Spot, Project Implicit, and other resources that we have. If anyone is interested, we can provide tons more resources related to this topic. All right, so any questions before I turn it over to our guest speaker?
Hi, Aisha. We do have a question in the Q&A here that reads, can you give an example of reducing discretion that departments and officers seem to support?
Sure. So an example, and maybe Craig can follow up on this, that would be more helpful. But maybe defining or giving a more concrete definition of what suspicious is, right? So officers have a lot of discretion in that, like what deems to be suspicious. And when I've done some research related to that, just briefly, figuring out like what are some of those things, because depending on the officer, depending on the setting, those things can be variable, right? So the suspiciousness can look at like a lot of different things. And if we're not careful, suspiciousness can be tied to directly to an implicit bias, right? So the way that we're thinking about the outgroup as a whole can be defined as suspicious in nature. And that may not be the case. That could just be that implicit bias that's showing up. So that might be one way of kind of reducing that discretion. Any other questions?
That the person who submitted that said that was a great example. So thank you.
Oh, no problem. All right, I will turn it over to Craig Miles, our guest speaker.
Thank you, Aisha. That was a great question. And part of this, and I'll talk about it later on, is police officers do have a lot of discretion, which is why the selection process is so important. If you don't have those biases, you won't use that discretion to discriminate. So thanks to Terrence for inviting me. I'm here to, I guess, put a face and a name with being a minority in law enforcement. I'm going to tell you about myself, my biography, more so as an example and to engage in some discussion and elicit some questions. And I have to tell a cool story because Terrence always requires me to tell a cool story. It's pretty funny, I think, because I don't take myself too seriously, but I don't want to be a case study afterwards for psychological issues. So my name is Craig Miles. I'm from Virginia, originally from the Richmond area. I started my law enforcement career in the police academy on June 1st, 1994 with Henrico County Division of Police. Prior to that, I went to the College of William & Mary where I met Terrence. We're actually fraternity brothers. I don't have any cool stories. I've been paid off, so I won't talk about
I'm glad to know that check cashed. Thank you, Craig.
So when I was hired when I was hired by the police department at the time, Henrico County Division of Police had about 500 officers. At the time, the jurisdiction, I think, was about 250,000 people. Henrico County is a suburb of Richmond, Virginia. We had 2 African-American male sergeants and 2 white female sergeants. And I'm going to come full circle with that at the end of my talk. We had 3 Black female police officers or African-American female police officers. And during my 9 years there, I think we added a 4th. So few that I can tell you the names of the 3 now. I still remember them. I don't remember the name of the 4th. So when Aisha talks about inclusion and a variety of people having power, a voice, and decision-making authority, she really led right into what I'm going to bring back full circle is that, there's diversity, but when do we get true inclusion and people in power making? So I'm not sure if you all are familiar, but at the time with the police department, we had a colonel, we had 3 majors, we had 7 captains, maybe 11 or 12 lieutenants, 14 or 15 command sergeants, probably 40 sergeants, first line supervisors. And as you see, we had 2 Black males and 2 white females as first line supervisors. So anyway, I graduated from college knowing I needed some discipline, hanging out with Terrence at the fraternity. I needed structure, I needed to mature, and I thought I would work in law enforcement for a couple of years rather than go in the military, take some graduate classes at VCU, and then go into law school. I wanted to be an attorney. So I'm the first male in my family to graduate from college. When I say first male, first of either of my set of grandparents' grandsons to graduate from college. No one in my family expected me to be a police officer because no one in my family was in law enforcement. One of the main reasons I became a police officer was one day a new police officer, William & Mary, Officer Kenneth Love, I still remember his name, was an African-American male, asked me for directions. And I thought it was weird because why would a police officer ask a dumb college student for directions to a building or where a building was? And over the years, and I wish I could connect back with Mr. Love. We talked, chatted, here and there. And I really got to see him as a person, and a person who looked like me, a person I could associate with, a person who I could relate to. And I thought to myself, this might be a pretty cool job. But before that, I didn't think of law enforcement as a viable job or a place I would be accepted or welcomed. So I worked for the police department for 9 years. I served as an officer in uniform operations, research and development. I worked in the chief's office. I don't think that was by accident. At the time I moved to the chief's office, I was not eligible for transfer. I hadn't been there 3 years. And magically, I worked there as the written communication specialist writing policy. My lieutenant was at the time one of 2 African-American males. One of those 2 sergeants had been promoted to lieutenant, and our accreditation was coming. So we were the only 2 African-Americans in the chief's suite at that time. And so I don't think it was an accident that I was approached to apply for this job. I worked in traffic safety, reconstructing traffic fatalities for almost 5 years, which is why I probably have a bit of a warped sense of humor. And maybe some mental health issues, but that's another story for later on. And then as supervisor in uniform operations. I finished my master's degree in public administration. I didn't only take a couple of graduate classes in 2000. And then I wanted to get out of law enforcement. It was fun. I enjoyed it, but it was time to be home with my family more, do something different. So I applied to the Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles. I had a hook with an adjunct professor. Long story short, 9/11 happened. DMV stopped hiring in Virginia. And a friend of mine who convinced me to apply to the U.S. Secret Service, where he'd gone after the police department. So the Secret Service, I worked in the Richmond field office, including an assignment to the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. I transferred here to the DC area where I live now. I was on former President Clinton's detail and now then Vice President Biden's detail. At some point, the shift work, the travel was too much for me. So I moved to the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General, where my primary function was investigating DOJ employees for misconduct. We talk about inclusion. The Secret Service is a great place. Love the people who work there. But we joked about it being run by different mafias. And at some point, we joked about the Irish Catholic Mafia. At one point, I worked in an office of 12 agents and 3 supervisors. I worked for Murphy. Murphy and McBride, and I forget my other supervisor's name, but all Irish Catholic supervisors. McNally, I'm sorry. That was almost like a Gaelic law firm. So I went to DOJ. My primary function was investigating DOJ employees for misconduct. That included FBI employees, Bureau of Prison employees, ATF, alcohol, tobacco, firearms employees, et cetera. And at that time, I started my job as an adjunct professor at George Mason University here in Virginia. I teach criminal investigations, law enforcement and homeland security, criminal justice ethics, theory and politics of terrorism, and last semester and next semester, I teach legal and ethical issues in criminal justice, which is a graduate level ethics class. I had an opportunity to move from DOJ to the Department of Transportation, OIG, as a supervisor and assistant special agent in charge. And one of the things that drew me was 1, a promotion and a pay raise, and 2, was the senior executive in charge of investigations at DOT was a female. So I thought I'd get away from the good old boy network and boys club, which existed in some parts in all of my prior jobs. But to come back to what we're talking about today, selection process for all 4 of my law enforcement jobs was different, with fewer steps for my 2 OIG jobs, if you would. The police department hiring process involved a written application, a written test, a physical test, the MMPI. I'm kind of old, so probably the MMPI 1.0. I don't know what the oldest version is, Terrence. And then the panel interview actually had a psychologist at the end of the panel. There were 3 or 4 officers, and then a psychologist sat at the end of the panel. I remember because they asked me about my fascination with fire. I don't know what, probably got a little too analytical answering the MMPI questions, but I'm not an arsonist, and clearly
You do want to answer no to that one, Craig. I don't want to like clue you in too much. You always want no to fascination with fire.
So clearly I got a little too analytical with that and was able to get over the hump. The MMPI, I don't remember if I had a conditional offer or not, but the panel was after the MMPI at that time. And I know they've changed the order. I don't know what the exact order is now. And then a polygraph. I had to take a polygraph. The Secret Service involved all of the same except the physical test and the MMPI. The OIG jobs involved an application, a panel interview, a writing sample at DOJ. One of the things I found most interesting, even before my current work with a group of IO psychologists, which I'll get to later, was that the Secret Service, they give you a firearm, a top secret clearance, and you may end up at some point standing next to the President of the United States or the Vice President of the United States. There's no psychological examination, or there wasn't when I got hired. And we often, as agents, thought that may have explained some of the odd behavior, even some of the behavior that made the news, drinking, et cetera, may have been self-medication because there was no thought to your mental health. When we talk about selection, none of the processes ever asked me if I was easily frightened. And when I say frightened, you're going to be afraid as a police officer, but managing that fear, I think the panelists before me have talked about the importance of managing that fear and how you react to that is important. They didn't ask me, and it's interesting because I made these slides or my talking points before seeing the presentation. And those 10 principles are right on. They didn't ask me if I was impulsive, impatient, just outright mean, sexist, racist, homophobic, xenophobic, or misogynist. Nobody worried about those things. None of the training truly addressed any of these issues. And law enforcement agencies in general have very little in the way of ethics training. To successfully complete a basic police academy or basic police training, your best ideas or the best things to do are follow instructions, arrive early to work, be quiet, and hope you're not noticed. The interesting thing, though, is police work is stressful, it's complex, it's difficult. It's a low-paying job, which is one of the reasons I ended up in federal law enforcement. And it needs to attract diverse, intelligent, thoughtful, well-intentioned, educated people who are also willing to risk their lives. As I said before, I recently partnered with a group of African-American IO psychologists to form community policing strategies. And our goal is to help police departments do the same thing you're talking about today: attract, select, and develop top talent to build healthy cultures and best-in-class systems. And I'm a big culture person. Law enforcement agencies and the units within agencies have their specific cultures, and that Aisha talks about discretion and other issues. If you have a good culture, you have good people, you don't have to worry about that because police officers work independently. I remember one of the magistrates in Henrico County told me one day I went to get a warrant, I arrested somebody, that his sister, who I was in high school physics class with, told him that she couldn't believe that I was a police officer because I was too smart to become a police officer, unlike some of my other classmates who became police officers. So my funny story, which is, again, maybe not funny, but it's kind of interesting just to see the mindset and the decision-making you have to have. And it's not a police story, it's an off-duty story. So I went to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Brunswick, Georgia, South Georgia, in 2003 as part of my Secret Service basic training. While I was gone, my wife and 2 young children joined a new church. Sometimes we got married in 1999. Sometimes we'd go to my church. Sometimes we'd go to her church. We didn't really have a church home. We'd moved to a new house in 2001, September 30, 2001, right after 9/11. And so she found a new church home. We didn't live in a neighborhood in Churchill, in the city of Richmond, where we went to church. And so we really didn't know anybody other than her grandmother who went to church there. And as a law enforcement officer, I rarely, if ever, told people what I did for a living because I didn't want to be stereotyped. I didn't want to answer questions about their traffic tickets or, what should have happened, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. But one day we had a guest pastor, and the guest pastor was an assistant pastor at my church. He was also my lieutenant when I worked in research and development at the police department. He also married my wife and I. So the guest pastor was up, doing the normal Southern church thing, greeting recognizing the pastors and the deacons and all the people he knew. And then for some reason, he looked out in the audience and saw me and said, "Oh, look, there's my friend Craig Miles from the Secret Service." Why, Walt? Why? So many questions came afterwards because we'd been going to church there, I wouldn't say probably for a year or so. I got back from training in Georgia in November and went to training in Beltsville, Maryland from January of 2004 to March of 2004. But I come home on the weekends, we go to church. And then when I finished training and came back, we go to church most Sundays. But nobody knew who I was before that. So this was probably 2004, 2005, maybe 2006. So anyway, my funny story is a few months later, maybe a year afterwards, Walt exposed me as a Secret Service agent. It was Youth Usher Day, and a young usher, when I say young, teenager, came to my seat. I sat in the same place, medium-sized church, and said, "Hey, I need you to come to the back of the church." Why do I need to come to the back of the church? So when I got to the rear of the church, the narthex, as we called it, which is outside the main church doors, but in between the doors to the church and the main part of church and the front doors. I got to the narthex. There were a group of deacons back there, and they were talking. I attend church. I sit there quietly. I talk to people after church. Why do the deacons want me back there? I'm not a church leader. So they said there was a man in the church who no one knew, who was sitting really close to the female parishioners and staring, making them feel really uncomfortable. And I said, "Okay, so where is he sitting? And again, why am I here? You all are the church leaders." And they said, "Oh, he's sitting in your seat where you just left." And so I look through the window and I see this man is leaning forward. He has his head right behind the head of a lady sitting in front of him, almost touching, who's sitting in the pew in front of him. And I said, what do you want me guys to do? What do you want me to do? And so they decided that one of the deacons and I would go sit on either side of this gentleman to figure out what his problem was, maybe talk to him. Again, I'm not leading this thing. I don't want anything to do with this. So I walk back into church, and for some reason we had 5 or 6 assistant pastors, and they're all up in the pulpit. So we get back into church and sit on either side of this guy, and every pastor is staring at us. And a couple of the deacons are turned around, they're staring at us, the choir is staring at us, and I want no part of this at all. I really don't want any part of this. So the deacon starts talking to this gentleman and says, "Hey, you're welcome to come to church here. How you doing? Whatever." It made the gentleman uncomfortable. Clearly, he had some mental health issues. He didn't appear to be homeless. I'm not an expert in homelessness, but he was clean. He was well kept, but clearly he had some issues. So he walks back to the narthex. We walk back with him, and they say, "Hey, you're welcome to come to church here. You're welcome to visit. You're welcome to stay, but you just can't continue in this behavior. You're making people uncomfortable." And he left. The funny part, or not so funny part of this story, is what's going on in Craig's brain here. So after church, I told my wife, who I think at the time may have been in the choir loft and seen kind of what was going on, but didn't understand what was running through Craig's crazy brain here. I said it was probably the most uncomfortable I ever felt as a law enforcement officer. So I had no radio. I said I had no handcuffs. I had no backup other than the deacons, and I don't know what they're going to do if something happened. At the time, I was armed. Nobody knew I was armed. I know, carried a gun in church. There's a story behind that with Secret Service and in training, somebody explaining being at a church shooting and realizing that probably could interact or intervene in this, but I'm not carrying a gun because it's church and it's a happy place and it's Sunday. It's kind of sacrilegious to carry a gun. So I told my wife, so if the man had produced a weapon, I'm going to be faced with a possibility of shooting this gentleman in a crowded building, in church of all places, at close quarters. The other problem was if there was a fight, a physical fight, not he was resistant or he was, combative, but if he assaulted me or assaulted somebody else and there was a physical fight, I'm going to end up fighting with this guy in church. And my goal is to win, which means I'm going to use as much force as necessary, as early as necessary to end this fight, which is not going to be pretty. I mean, and it's church, I'm, 2 little kids, wife, and I'm going to beat the crap out of some guy in church. And when I say that, please understand, my idea of a good fight at the police department was, if if, I pull you over, we come to your house in a domestic and you're combative, and whether you're small or you're bigger than me, as you can see, I like talking. My idea of a good fight at the police department was to talk you to death while other officers showed up. And then when you really wanted to fight, you looked and said, oh, there are 3 or 4 officers. Probably not a good idea. We get you in handcuffs. We didn't have cage cars, so you have to ride in the seat next to me. I don't want to go get the wagon and have to bring it back and take you in the wagon and come back and switch out my car. So we don't want to fight because Henrico County Jail wouldn't accept you unless you've been treated at a medical facility if you had a scratch on you. So my idea of a good fight at the police department was no fight, because I'm going to get hurt. Somebody else is going to get hurt. It's inconvenient. I want you to get to jail safely. Once you get to jail, if you want to pop off, do whatever you want to do, then it's the deputy's problems. But so I was never a fighter. I didn't like physical confrontation because, again, somebody's going to get hurt, and it might be me. So as you talk about selecting people for law enforcement jobs, and that's the reason I tell this story, I think it is kind of funny. It wasn't funny at the time. Those are the kind of things they face. And I tell an off-duty story because it's an off-duty story, but it's a complex story in my mind because I'm faced with church. And what happens when I have a fight with this guy in church? Now, who's going to want to talk to me next Sunday? Because as we see videos of police, as we see not excessive use of force, not people being shot in the back, we're not talking about George Floyd or Breonna Taylor. We're not talking about those clear-cut cases where law enforcement is criminally wrong and should be prosecuted and go to jail. Walter Scott, we're not talking about those. But law enforcement is uncomfortable. And so you talk about turning things off and on. I remember when I was working on my MPA, I would go to class and have these great discussions with people. We'd have these great discussions at VCU in graduate school. And then the next minute, or a few minutes later, or before that discussion, I am back out on the street as a police officer, enforcing the law. So what I want to say is a couple things to bring this full circle, and this kind of goes with what Aisha talked about. Police officers are taken from the larger society. We have the same explicit and implicit biases that the greater society has, and we bring them to work with us every day. Police officers work mainly on their own with little to no supervision, so have a lot of discretion. And our discussion today doesn't even talk about the issue of selecting supervisors, selecting managers, along with those who develop training curricula. These people impact hiring, onboarding, and retaining diverse candidates. So we talk about retention. I left the police department, and I left for a reason, because my wife, after 4 times on the sergeant list, and obviously I got promoted to sergeant, I was a supervisor before I left, but I watched people get promoted who didn't have college degrees. I had a master's degree. I watched people get promoted I watched one guy get promoted who his understanding of the Fourth Amendment and discretionary stops or interdiction at the train station or the bus station was to ask for consent to search, go in someone's pocket without permission, maybe a fight started, and then the person would get arrested for assaulting a police officer, which gave him consent to search. Understanding that he also was involved in some drinking and driving in his police car. He worked in narcotics. I know he got in a fight with one of my classmates off duty, and he was allegedly driving his police car at the time. And I remember him and another couple of guys, white males, getting promoted. And one of the senior police officers said, and I'll never forget this, he said, promotion list. He goes, that looks more like an indictment list when that group got promoted. So it's very interesting. And I'll bring you back full circle to my police department. I did some recent research on my police department. And one of the reasons people leave, like I said, is you don't have those mentors. You don't have people who look like you. You don't have Walt Smiths of the world, the pastor who married me. My police department, when I started in 1994, 2 women, 2 African-American sergeants. I looked up the Henrico Police Statistics, Workforce, and Recruitment Demographic data. They put out this great product in April of this year. April 28th says that 35% of our workforce and 25% of our sworn police officers are diverse races, ethnicities, and gender. And they are. This includes 48% white male, and this is from their study, 26% white female, 11% black male, and 2% black female in a county that has a population of over 300,000 people. 52% of the county is female and 30% is black. 2% African American female. The new police chief, who was selected from outside, is an African American male who used to work at the city of Richmond and then out in Harrisonburg near James Madison University. The new chief of staff is an African American female who came from Chicago. First outside police chief, first outside deputy chief we've ever had at the county, and no mistake or accident that they were brought in during the height of the social justice movement. The interesting thing is, and I don't know the exact data, but talking to my former coworkers, if you take those two people aside, with the recent promotion of 2 Black males, the county has, my understanding is, 1 Black lieutenant and 2 or 3 Black sergeants. Why do I say that? Is the chief of staff will be gone eventually soon, I assume. She's late in her police career. The police chief is late in his police career. One of the lieutenant who was promoted is in the academy behind mine, so he should be eligible to retire in 3 or 4 years at the max. And the sergeant recently promoted was a couple of academies behind mine, so he's 20+ year career. So 27 years later, the county, which I love, and I still go back and run in the law enforcement torch run. I still have great friends. A bunch of the guys who I work with were at my wedding. Some have gone on to other things. We're still in the same place. So selection is important. Recruitment is important. But who are you going to retain? I'm gone. The last chief of staff, who's African American, is gone. I can name countless other people. When I lived in Haymarket, Virginia, there were probably 5 of us of diverse races, white males, a Korean male, who we hung out together, we socialized together, who left the police department because we were educated, we were articulate, we were the people you want policing, but we weren't part of the good old boy network. So a lot of us left. So your conversation here today is very important, because you have to recruit and retain these people. You have to test out and get out the outliers who will be problematic, but you also have to keep those people and not get them to go somewhere else. So that's my story. And if you have any questions, let me know.
It's not a competition. We all realize that, but Craig won today, right? Nobody wants to hear anything more about the 10 facets of competencies for police officers. I want to hear Craig tell stories.
Those 10 competencies are spot on. And I talk about in my ethics class. I mean, those 10 competencies, to bring it full circle, Terrence, those, if you can hit the mark with those 10 competencies, we wouldn't be talking about, we wouldn't have social justice protests last year, because you wouldn't have problematic police officers.
Yep. Agreed. Hey, could we have all of our speakers back on audio and video? And we've got about 15 minutes left. We would love to field some questions. Zach, is there anything in the chat that we need to hit first?
Yes, we have one question here, and the question is basically stemming around, so generally when organizations approach us, they say these are the types of individuals we generally like to hire. Does that generally apply to police officers, or when they're looking for someone to promote? Are there any municipality specific requests in the individuals they're looking to hire?
I may need some help from Kelsey on this. That sounds to me like it's a competency-based question. And I would say that yes, based on the different municipalities, there's some basics that are always required for police candidates, but there are differences between municipalities in terms of what competencies they choose to put more weight on. We assess deputized and non-deputized officers for some universities, and sometimes it'll still be those same 10 competencies, but they will put different weight on which ones, because they are policing, inside of a university setting, or they may be policing inside of a university setting that is fairly safe and rural, or they could be policing inside of a university setting that's highly urban and may have crime statistics that are similar to the university around it. But I want to make sure Kelsey, I do okay from sort of thinking about that from a competency-based standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's kind of a balance that we have to strike to make sure that we're taking into consideration, the culture and the norms within those organizations, but at the same time, making sure we're establishing that baseline of key characteristics that we see as important for police officers. So making sure that we're tailoring our approach while still providing them best practices and making sure that their culture isn't further perpetuating any differences that might exist between their minority and non-minority officers.
So Terrence, if I can chime in, the other interesting thing I see from the law enforcement standpoint, and so I filled in for a recruiter at times at the police department in the mid to late 90s, early 2000s, and to the Secret Service, I filled in for the person in our office who recruited. It was always interesting to go to college fairs, a lot of times at HBCUs, historically Black colleges, universities, and to see law enforcement agencies that look like mine, who are primarily white, suburban or urban, and the recruiter was normally a minority recruiter. I mean, for a long time at the police department I worked, the recruiter was an African-American male because, and if you look at the literature, you look at the website, you look at the brochures, it looked like, the proverbial United Colors of Benetton. It was a very diverse group of people in all of the literature and all the outward facing media. But it was ironic because if you looked at the makeup of the police department, it didn't match at all. So a lot of police departments are still looking for diversity, and diversity now, and it's interesting that Henrico put that in there. Diversity has become white females, which is great, and it's great to get away from the good old boy network. But a lot of agencies now will say, "Oh, look how diverse we are," but it's just white females instead of white males.
Agreed.
We have another question from the chat area. Was basically just someone hoping to get some clarity around if you're a mental health professional asking questions, is that still considered a medical test? So
I can start. I can start that one. So I hope I don't sail into dangerous waters here. I think this is an issue because Missouri, like I think most other states, if not all other states, license us all as generalists. That as long as you stay outside of what would create a health record, you can do assessments as long as they're not designed to be mental health around someone's fit for a role and fit for and addition to culture. When you look at there's in St. Louis, there's three organizations of some size that do this, who all employ licensed psychologists. And I would say the bulk of our work, 90% of our work, is outside of the health record. And you're using tools that are designed specifically not to be clinical. So the California Psychological Inventory is a good example. The Hogan is a pretty good example. The Occupational Personality Questionnaire is a pretty good example. You all can think of other ones, but tools that are designed not to be diagnostic, that should be used with the general population, that, with the right kind of training and expertise, you can use to help determine someone's fit for role, which is a large part of our next conversation. So you hear a lot about that. But I would say for those of us that are licensed psychologists doing that work, 90% of the time our work falls outside of the health record and is not seen as a health record because we're not doing things like adding a clinical interview or doing an MMPI. Just in our practice at CMA, things that go inside the health record are usually, police or other peace officers, religious professionals who will be alone with children or deploying overseas, and historically pilots. We used to assess pilots when there was a large organization in St. Louis who was based here. They're not here anymore. So I think the rough answer is, as long as you stay outside of the obviously clinical work, it is not a health record.
And also too, when I'm interviewing the candidates, I lead in by telling them my goal isn't to diagnose you with a mental mood disorder, but to see if you're the best fit for whatever client we're working with. So try to take off the pressure on the front end, because I know all the assessments they do take are very daunting. So whatever we can do in the interview process to make things more clear for them, we'll try to implement.
Yeah, Jordan makes a really good point there. I mean, philosophically, our role is to see are they fit for duty, not what's the right diagnostic code for them. You know, and we try to be really clear about that up front with them. It's a great question. Hopefully that if it didn't answer, please like ask again so we can try again.
We do have a couple other questions here. So can anyone, this is probably a question that will take the team to answer, but can you kind of walk everyone through kind of that fine line between, you know, as a psychologist in this situation, you're potentially deny an applicant for a psychological disorder or mental illness, not just because they're, you know, not a good fit. And then in combination with this topic on DE&I, how does like potentially identified racism kind of factor into how you position this candidate to the municipality?
I want to actually read that question. That's a hard one.
Let me see. I think, let me try my best to answer this. So the assessments ask, you know, a standard form of questions that get at, you know, motivation, personality, that sort of thing. However, in like the interview process, we can tailor whatever questions we're asking in that moment. So if we do get the data back on like the CPI and their sensitivity is like really low, below the standard norm, then we can create some questions around that to see what does this really mean? How can we dig deeper into that? With the MMPI, same thing. If we see some scores that are in the clinical area are more of concern, then we need to draw attention to that and ask more open-ended questions and investigate more.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Agree with Jordan. I'd also add, and I'm not trying to be real picky, is we never deny anyone. We provide a report that an organization uses to help make their decision. It's designed to be informational, and they can do with it, you know, what they see fit. You know, if someone shows up as overtly racist in an interview, that's something that's going to get into the report and likely disqualify the candidate because it's going to match up against some of those 10 competencies that we talked about earlier. And you may, the next session may inform some of this as well too. You know, organizations all the time say, hey, I need this person to be an engineer. They need to have these kinds of qualities, these kinds of attributes. Can you let us know how closely they approximate those qualities and attributes, and they can use that in making their hiring decision? It's a lot more gray, I think, than the especially the clinical part, the MMPI clinical interview part that Jordan talked about.
So if I can address that too, I'm not a hiring executive, but I can tell you historically, when we have times of where it's easy to find police applicants. When I applied for the police department, we had 1,300 people apply for 33 positions. So law enforcement agencies will screen out a lot of people. But now it's difficult to find law enforcement officers. And this usually used to cycle with the economy. You know, if the economy is bad, people will take police jobs, government jobs, because they're steady a paycheck. You're not likely to get laid off. Obviously, with the social unrest of the last year and a half, it's been difficult for a lot of municipalities to find police officers. So when people talk about things like defunding the police, you know, making an already difficult job lower paying, you're going to get applicants who, in good times, meaning good times for applicants, municipalities may say, hey, we might take this guy or gal that we wouldn't normally take because we need, you know, the mayor, the county manager, the citizens say, hey, you know, you have 50 openings. We need people to take calls, and we'll deal with these issues later. So a lot of that's going to be incumbent upon the agency to make a decision, and you know, the weeding out of applicants is a lot easier when you have a lot of applicants and not a lot of openings. When that flips and you have a lot of openings and not about a lot of applicants, then it looks different. And real quick, you know, in the late 90s, one of my friend who retired as the chief of staff, we talked about the fact we'd see academies with 25 white males. because the economy was good before, 2000, the late 90s to the middle 2000s, before the housing market fell. The economy was good, and a lot of people didn't want to be police officers, and the police department had a really difficult time attracting minorities, which is why I point out how many minorities we had in positions of leadership or just first line supervisors. They weren't really executive leadership in in the 90s when I started, how many we have now, minus the chief and the deputy chief or the chief of staff. That goes on. So if you don't hire diverse managers, if you don't hire diverse employees, it takes 15 to 20 years to become a manager. You're not going to get diverse managers, which the cycle feeds itself.
Yeah. Kamisha will talk about that in our next talk as well too.
Just to jump in, oops, sorry, Aisha, 1 second.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thing that we forgot to include, that a part of our process is we give feedback to the chief, the department, whatever. So we send the report, and then if they want to have a follow-up discussion on what's in that report, we can add more of the higher level or more details to things that aren't clear to them. So yeah, that's that one piece that we forgot to add. Sorry.
Thanks, Jordan. There was a question in the Q&A also that asked about how municipalities can help recruit more diverse candidates. And so I just wanted to talk a little bit about that, just kind of bringing it back to that high sense of belonging, a high sense of uniqueness, and creating a place that's psychologically safe, for people of color. I think is really crucial to recruit more diverse candidates. Especially when I'm thinking about African Americans, and Craig, of course, you can definitely speak to this more so than I can, but a place where minorities and people of color, Black individuals can feel safe, can feel like they can be their whole authentic selves is really crucial. And it's going to be a lot more attractive for individuals looking to be a part of that municipality in that department. So I think those core things have to be in play first before individuals who are, of the historically underrepresented groups are going to want to take those positions. And I remember a story last year where a Black police officer talked about that lack of psychological safety and the cognitive and physical stress of being a Black person in his particular department, and ended up completing suicide as a result of that. So there's tons of stress that minorities, specifically Black people, when they work in the police department, carry with them, right? So it's that duality of being Black and then also being a part of this organization who historically has been a part of a system that has oppressed African Americans. So that's, a key component as well, is to be willing to address those things, provide that psychological safety, allow those candidates to feel authentically themselves, a sense of belonging and uniqueness in the municipality. And I think that that's going to help attract more candidates of diverse backgrounds.
Aisha, you hit the nail on the head. I know we're coming to the end of our time. Is the law enforcement agency I worked at was not necessarily psychologically safe. I'm kind of grizzled and jaded, and understand that where I am, and I grew up in the county. One of the things that drove me to leave was watching the promotion list. I was on the sergeant's list 4 times before I got promoted to sergeant. So at the time, I had a bachelor's degree in government from the College of William & Mary, and a master's degree from VCU. And I watched people who with associate degrees get promoted. And I still remember my wife, after so many times, and again, I got promoted right before I left, but I was already in the process with the Secret Service. My wife asked me one day, how many times are you going to come home and explain to me, this person got promoted in front of you and shouldn't have, and we're going to have this long story where you complain about that. When are you going to do something about it? And that's one of the reasons I left.
I think it's, as it should be, we get the last word to Craig. I really want to thank everybody today for attending, and thanks so much to the group here that put it together. Chuck, any thoughts or parting comments before we take a quick break and then come back?
Hi, no, I think we're in really good shape. This was just fascinating. I'm just like, my mind's spinning with all the information you guys have shared and all the really wonderful ideas. I've got a lot to sit back and just reflect on. Thank you so very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to all of our presenters, all of our guests. I believe that we'll reconvene back here in about 15 minutes for the second part of the show. So we'll see you all shortly. All right, maybe we start regathering, get ready to go in about another minute. Are we all back? Ready to go? Chuck, did you want to do anything to launch this one, or are you ready for us to launch?
Oops. Oh, come on. I'm having trouble with this video switch going off. Hold on just a second.
I know you're not alone. No one's experienced any technology issues these past 18 months.
I know. Anyway, it doesn't look like at the moment I can turn my camera on, and I don't know why, but I'll fuss with that in a second. I did have one follow-up question if y'all have time for it.
Sure.
And here's the deal. I'm going to ask this question. How I ask it is going to be awkward. And to some extent, I'm really okay with that because I think this is a challenge that a lot of folks who are white have. Okay, if you there's a couple positions you can take. You can be a maintainer, just let the status quo go on, and you can probably stay comfortable inside that color within the lines, if you will. Or if you're somebody who's interested in making changes, who's maybe wanting to grow as a person, see things different, have different experiences in their life, then you end up having to take some risks. But here's the deal. What I've seen nationally, and even within our organization at times, is EDI discussions are very, very hard. People particularly, and again, it must be very hard if you're a person of color, but I'm just going to talk about being someone who's white. Those are very hard conversations to enter because you're oftentimes worried about embarrassing yourself because you didn't talk about it the right way, say it the right way, discuss it the right way, or even worse, that you're going to create some sort of confrontation. Mm-hmm. And, people approach these things with an incredible amount of anxiety, and we know what anxiety does. Anxiety causes you to avoid. So it's easier just to step aside and not address it. So I was thinking about the things that Aisha was talking about in terms of implicit bias and sort of urges you have that that happen under the hood that you hardly are aware of, but it's easy to avoid, and it's easy to put things off. And I was thinking, if you want to recruit more people of color, more people of diversity, you have to do that. You have to take a stand behaviorally. You have to do something. Whereas anxiety kind of encourages you not to do anything. Okay, so I've asked an awkward question, probably haven't worded it the best way. Who wants to jump in and save me?
I'll go last. I'll defer to one of my colleagues if they want to, because I do think we're going to touch on that in this talk, but I would love to hear from some of my colleagues.
Chuck, I think you're spot on. This is not a comfortable conversation or topic for anyone, right? And as Kelsey mentioned in the previous presentation, that this is where we encourage all of us to find our stretch zone, right? So not our panic zone. So we don't want to be panicking about having these conversations, but also recognizing that when we're in the stretch zone, it is incredibly uncomfortable, right? We may fumble over our words. We may say the wrong thing. Remember that intent versus impact. And so we have to be aware that we may make mistakes as we're discovering and exploring something that is painful at times, right? And that's okay, and that it's a process. And as psychologists, like we're trained to be comfortable in those uncomfortable moments and settings. And so we have to use our clinical skills even for ourselves and give ourselves grace, give ourselves mercy, if you will, right? Just recognizing that this is a process and that we're all kind of traveling and going through this together.
Bouncing off of what Aisha said, I think that self-compassion and giving yourself to be okay with things that you aren't comfortable with, you aren't confident in. Although I'm a Black male, I don't know everything about the experience, but what I do know is my experience. So I try to use that and share that with others to educate. But it's not my responsibility to educate everyone about everything Black or things that they don't know. It's about learning, stretching, and growing. So this is what we're talking about today. And Chuck, you mentioned the unmentionable, which Kelsey talked about earlier, something that was on your mind and you were nervous to say, but everyone is thinking. So stepping up and saying that, that's really courageous of you. And yeah, good. Yeah.
Anyone else with a thought on that? Books do not solve this problem. Talking with each other solves this problem. I will tell you, Chuck, in sort of my journey in this, 3 books that helped me feel like I was more equipped to do what Jordan and Aisha were talking about are White Fragility, Better Allies, and Nonviolent Communication. I felt like I had a few more skills to go to those uncomfortable zones. And I think it lowered the anxiety for me sometimes. So we're happy to put links to those, but those are 3 that helped me: White Fragility, Better Allies, and Nonviolent Communication.
We'll post those resources in the chat for you all too.
All right. Chuck, okay for us to proceed to the second half? All right.
There we go. Okay, can you hear me again?
There we go. Yes, please.
Yeah, Emily is said that I was interfering. My sound was interfering with somebody, so that I got muted for a second. Let me gather my thoughts again. No, I appreciate what you're saying. I'm sorry that I can't bring my video up because, in fact, I'm the poster child for problematic white males. Older white male. I look old, and so, one of the things that I bump into quite often is that implicit bias that Aisha was talking about. And I've had to publicly at times say, wait a minute, excuse me, no, I'm really in support of EDI issues. I don't know why you would think I wasn't. Because the reaction that I might have gotten was opposite from that. No, I absolutely appreciate what everybody's saying. I think that for me, the deeper part of that is you just have to keep thinking about this stuff until you find your own personal solutions that let you step forward in the way that you can feel proud of. I will say this, one of the things that we're doing that Missouri Psychological Association is doing and that I'm doing at a national level is we're trying to organize with APA a meeting of nationally of all of the state association leaders in diversity and legislative work. And one of the things that we want to do is bring them all together and talk about the EDI solutions that they're using in their state that they think has really worked well for them and that they're proud of. For example, our diversity committee here is working with one of the public defender's offices in St. Louis and providing expert testimony. They get paid for it, which is great, but they're also allowed, as part of that deal, they're doing diversity training, which I think is going to make a nice impact. So, one of the things I'm hoping to see us do and that MOPA is a leader in is just gathering up those best ideas nationally and then being able to share those with everybody. But it's a fun challenge, and I hopefully we can tap into you guys for some future guidance on some of these questions.
Absolutely, and I mean I'll take that as a segue because I think you're going to hear more about that here shortly. So thank goodness I've just got a couple of slides, and they're one that you've already seen before. So welcome back. We want to talk today about how psychology, specifically how assessment processes. And other things that we know as social scientists can be used to drive diversity inside of organizations. because of implicit bias, because of systemic racism, because of our history. Unfortunately, the average hiring process is rife with bias. And we know that as social scientists that we can do things that minimize and mitigate that. We want to talk about that today. I just briefly want to burn through the first slides here. So we are largely the same group, but we are very, very glad to have Kamisha here. She is the Vice President of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at McCarthy. Kamisha, I will let you correct me whenever you'd like. But you're one of the largest general contractors in America, and an organization that takes these issues very seriously. So like Craig did in our last segment, she's here to show us what this really looks like when it plays out at the ground level. We're still the same organization, still the same group practice that we were about 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. So I'll skip this slide and I'll defer the balance of the time to my capable colleagues here.
Did I freeze? Can you hear me? Am I good now?
Yep, we can hear you now, Jordan.
We got you back.
Sorry about that. Internet, it's doing so good. But today our objectives, we're going to continue our talks that we had from the morning session. We have a great lineup today. So the first, we're going to talk about the history and the utility of psychological assessments. Then we're going to talk about the evidence-based indicators for the hiring and retention process. We'll talk about the evolution of psychological assessment and the development over time. And then we're going to have practical approaches to improve hiring, onboarding, and retaining diverse candidates with a guest speaker, Kamisha Mason, like Terrence said earlier. And then we're going to have questions, just answers, and questions and answers as we wrap it up. So this is the same slide that Kelsey talked about in the morning session. We're gonna come from our comfort zone, enter our stretch zone, and try not to enter that panic zone. I'm so happy that Chuck was able to open it up and discuss a few things that's been on his mind, like I said. And thank you for doing that, Chuck, because by you doing that, it shows an example that others can do that as well. No question is a stupid or dumb question. We're all learning here, even though we might have letters behind our names or PhDs, not me yet, soon though, we're still learning, and it's a developmental process. So next slide. So again, the ground rules: respect others' opinions, be curious, ask questions, keep confidences, stay present and don't check out, provide us with honest feedback. I don't know who asked the question in the morning session about our process, and it took me a minute to think about it, and that's what we want. Whatever questions that you have for us, we're always trying to improve our process and talk about our blind spots. So any questions that you have, put them in the chat box and we'll try to get to those as we discuss the presentation. So who is CMA? What do? We try to facilitate a process. We share and help implement the best evidence-based practices. We ask questions. We share observations, analysis, and recommendations, like the police reports we shared earlier. We coach and empower, and we help with accountability. However, what we do not do, we do not give directives. We don't implement decisions. We don't have the right answer. Like I said, we're all learning. All we can do is help each other learn and move to a better spot. Have an easy button, and we aren't perfect. What Terrence said earlier about representation and representation mattering. Aisha is a new consultant here at CMA. And when I saw that she was being hired at CMA, I was so excited because I haven't seen a Black consultant at that level. And after I just saw Aisha give her presentation, I understand why CMA wanted her and they recruited her so heavily. So yes, that is what we're going to talk about today, that hire retaining process and how you can improve that.
So I'm going to hop in now and talk to you a little bit about sort of the basics of our assessment. So we ran this presentation a little bit backwards because we got down and dirty with what we do with policing. Now we're going to pull back a little bit and look at that big picture of why we use assessments, why they're useful, and best practices for making sure that we use them the right way. So on paper, there are a lot of benefits to assessments, both at the organizational level and the individual. So for the organizations that we work for, using assessments helps them select and develop the right people. So we want to make sure that organizations are getting good and talented people that fit well with their culture and are capable and excited about the roles that they're being put in. It also helps improve talent retention. So it's not only about picking the right people for the job, but it's also about making sure that they stay there. Using assessments can help you really, again, make sure that person organization fit is really good so that people want to stay at that organization for a long time. This helps organizations avoid costly turnover. So we know how much it costs to recruit and to interview and to train people for new jobs. So we are hoping that our assessments can help people stay in their roles and love the job that they do so that organizations can avoid some of that costly turnover. Down the line, it also helps determine bench strength for succession planning. So when we do assessments, we're considering potential for the current role, but also really looking at how successful that person can be down the line. So everyone wants to be promoted at their job. We want to get people who are in those roles that are capable of developing the skills to move up to that next level. For an organization, it also creates a common metric for comparing talent. So standardizing this process and having a little bit of direct comparison can reduce some of the bias and some of that discretion that we see in hiring. It also helps you avoid promoting people to their level of incompetence. So again, this goes with that bench strength for succession planning. So doing these assessments, having a really thorough understanding of people's strengths and development areas can help us make sure that we're promoting the right people to the right positions instead of just continuing to move people up in the organization until they feel they're no longer being successful. And then lastly, we also create aggregate profiles for team and organizational levels. So a lot of times when we think about assessments, we're thinking only about that initial screening or that selection process, but we found the assessments to be extremely valuable in other areas such as team building, team development, team launches. So making sure that people understand the people that they're working with and the style in which they like to interact with other people. On the individual level, there's obviously a great benefit for matching individual capabilities with job and company culture. So we want to help people find jobs that they love and that they're going to thrive in, help them find homes at organizations where they feel accepted and, inclusive in that culture. It also helps them accelerate the development process. Part of this is through creating a customized development plan for each participant. So as part of our process, even if someone's going through a selection assessment, if they are hired at their organization, they can have access to a development plan. So that tailors development to that specific individual and their needs. And through our practices, we found that tailoring that development instead of giving everyone, that textbook leadership training can really help pinpoint development areas and can also help people better utilize their strengths. And by doing that, by really recognizing what's unique about people and what they bring to the table, can help create stronger teams rather than trying to create these teams that are all strong in one area. And then lastly, this personalized foundation for onboarding and coaching. So again, the selection process with the assessments can be very intimate, but it provides really an extreme amount of data and understanding about that person and can really help them feel like they're stepping into the organization, knowing what their strengths are, knowing what they want to work on, and understanding what their place is within that new team. So ideally, what our assessments do is help predict success. So there's a lot of different ways that we can talk about success. Most commonly, we think about future job performance. So as we walk through our assessments, we're really considering, is this person going to thrive on the job? Do they have the skills and the capabilities and the qualities necessary to perform in their role and to also be a productive team member? But success can mean other things as well. So it can be job-related learning. So knowing that someone can step into a position and grow and develop within that role, understanding their capability for learning new skills, understanding complex information, and their potential to move up to greater levels. And it can also be linked to monetary outputs. So a lot of times in our position as applied psychologists, we have to make a business case for using these assessments. So success can also look at things like percentage increases in output and that monetary value of that output. So a lot of times assigning an ROI or a monetary value to our assessment process can help us make a stronger business case to the clients that we serve. So what we have to ask now is, okay, we have operationally defined what success means. Now, how do we show that our assessments are going to lead to that success? So we looked at lots and lots and lots of research. The nice things about assessments is that they are thoroughly studied and researched. So we pull from best practices. I want to start this chart up in the top right. So I know a lot of you have advanced degrees. You're probably at least somewhat familiar with what a correlation looks like. But up at the top, we have some really common correlations that are pretty readily accepted in society. So the connection between smoking and lung cancer, ibuprofen and pain reduction, height and weight, you can see all of those correlations up there. So smoking and lung cancer is something that's fairly commonly accepted as having a legit connection. And we can see that correlation is just 0.08. So even these small correlations can lead to some pretty significant outcomes. Ibuprofen and pain reduction is at 0.14, height and weight is at 0.44. So when we look in turn at the correlations that we see in terms of assessments and whether or not they predict success, we can look back first at some of the more common assessment practices or hiring practices that were used prior to this assessment-based questionnaire psychological assessments. So looking at commonly solicited information, so things like age, years of education, and questions that you might ask in an unstructured interview process, we can see that those correlate only up to 0.11. Age itself is at a negative 0.01, which means there's essentially a zero relationship between someone's age and how well they're going to perform on the job. As we move up into more of the structured assessments, so we're getting to things like references and college grades, those predict fairly well. So we have references loading at 0.26 and college grades loading at 0.33. But where we really start to see a lot of success is with these structured and validated and reliable assessment processes that we're starting to use in selection. So these are things like structured interviews, which load at 0.50, and cognitive tests at 0.61. But what we see as the most successful at 0.68 is the assessment-based assessment processes. So these are things like work samples, critical thinking tests, structured interviews, and personality assessments. So we can see that are these structured processes and these new fancier assessment processes are what's actually connecting to success. So our old format of, that unstructured interview, just go by your gut. If you think you like him, hire him for your team. That's showing us that it's not that connected to success. Where we see that strong connection is with those assessment-based processes. So the next question is, okay, assessments are linked to success. When should I use them? So we find that the two most important things to consider is performance variability and selection ratio. And if you'll remember, Craig already touched on this in our last presentation, but thinking about these two buckets. So high job performance variability. So if you are hiring someone for an entry-level role, where you know that almost any Joe that you pull off the street can probably succeed in that role, not a lot of assessment's going to be needed. So if the performance aspect is pretty straightforward, you're going to see high performance across the board. Assessments are going to provide you with that much information. Where assessments can be particularly useful is where there's high job performance variability. So if you have the potential to hire someone who can thrive in that role and do really well, but you also have the potential to mishire and to put someone on your team who really is not going to thrive in that position and might struggle, that's where we can see assessments being useful. So we want to be able to target those high performers and, hopefully pass over those lower performers. The other thing to consider is selection ratio. So again, this is what Craig touched on. If you're going to hire every single person that applies, assessments aren't going to provide you that much information. Where we see assessments being particularly impactful is when you have lots of people that are applying for a few roles. So we want to be able to use that information to really see who stands out amongst their peers and really capture that top 10% of those applicants moving forward. So for those of you who are statistically minded, I have a focus in statistics, and I will tell you that a lot of this goes straight over my head. So bear with me because I know this formula looks a little crazy, but you can actually calculate your ROI or your practical gains that can come from using this assessment process. So this is this practical gains formula, and I do want to note that it's per hire per year. So a lot of times when people think about a selection assessments, they think about it in the immediate term. So they say, okay, if I hire someone, great, that's going to be fantastic. I'm going to get some immediate benefit from that. What they don't realize is that if someone stays at that organization for 20 years, you're getting that return on investment every time they step into that new role or, they stay at that organization another year. If you have a high performer in a role, you want them to stay for a long time, and those benefits will continue to build as they grow and develop inside your organization. So looking at this formula, 3 key things that go into this calculation is first the difference between the validity of the new selection procedure versus the old. So if you think back to those correlations on a previous slide, if you're moving from a selection process that is just an unstructured interview and a resume, and you go up to that full package of the assessments, thinking about personality and motivation and critical thinking, there's a huge gain there. So that practical gains is going to get even bigger depending on the system that you already have in place. Then you have the dollar value of the output, which I'll go into a little bit more on the next slide, combined with the average score on the employment assessment. So obviously the higher you score on the assessments, and I will note that the assessment process is complicated and it's not like you get a score that's on a scale from 0 to 100. But the higher you score on those assessments or the better fit you are for the organization, the bigger that ROI is going to be. So Zach, if you want to switch to the next slide, I'll talk about what that standard deviation of Y means, so that dollar value of output. So what the literature tells us is that SDY tends to be around a minimum of 40% of the mean salary of the job. So essentially what that means is that if you hired someone who was working for $40,000 a year, and that candidate was at the 50th percentile, so they are very average for that group, for that role, for that job, what we'd see is that they would perform as expected and would give you that $40,000 worth of their time and their effort and their knowledge. What we want to avoid is hiring someone that's at that 16th percentile. So what we would see there is a loss of about $16,000, again, worth of time, effort, and knowledge shared within the organization. So you are still paying them the same amount as someone that's at the 50th percentile, but you're going to get less effort, less clear work, and they might not love their job. So they are not going to be engaged. You might lose money from that direction as well. What we want to approach is hiring people at that top of the spectrum. So ideally having a team full of 84th percentile people who are not only meeting those standards and giving the company back in terms of time, money, and energy, that $40,000 salary, but also going above and beyond that and providing additional benefit up to $16,000 worth of additional time, effort, and knowledge shared within that organization. So I know a lot of this probably sounds like it's a formula and you're like, okay, Kelsey, you read that somewhere in an article, but does that actually translate into the real world? So we will share some data that we did internally at CMA. So we did a 5-year longitudinal study of industrial capital equipment sales groups, and we found the following. So in our process, our recommendation is on a sliding scale. So at the bottom end is going to be do not recommend. At the very top is going to be recommend with no reservations. Somewhere in the middle is going to be recommend, but hey, we do have some reservations. So looking at all of the people that we recommended for this equipment sales group across the period of 5 years, when we looked at our recommendations and their performance data, we saw the same pattern following. So people who were right in that middle of the scale, so they were a 50th percentile employee, we recommended them with some reservations, they were selling 100% of their quota. So they were hitting as expected. They weren't falling below, but you know what? They weren't hitting above either. Looking at people who were not recommended, so people who were at the lower end of that scale, who we suggested might not fit the role or might not fit the culture, but were hired anyway, they sold 88% of their quota. So, you know, not a huge gap, but can be pretty significant in terms of, you know, that loss of financial gain. And then the people who were recommended, so those who we saw as exceptional performers, we thought they would fit the role and the culture well, they sold 120% of their quota. So again, not only meeting the expectations, but exceeding them.
Because I just want to jump in real quickly.
Yeah,
I want
absolutely.
to make sure that what we're presenting here is not designed to be a showcase of, hey, gosh, look at how great we do this. What you're seeing here is what you should see with other people that do the work the same way we do it. So this is, this is Division 13, Division 14 stuff here. Other groups that follow the same kinds of processes. These are the kinds of outcomes you should get. This is a client that we did the study for. Their quotas were in the several $1 million a year range. So that number at the bottom was pretty material for them. We really liked it because they let us do a longitudinal study with them. And I think we looked at people that had been hired for 2 years. So we looked at years 2 through 7 of their performance. All of our clients that are of some size will do research like this on us. Our really big ones will just do it and tell us later how we did. But this is about what you should see when you're doing all the things that we talked about here. And we're talking about it just because we see more interest in psychology in general. I think that, you know, the use of pre-employment assessment used to be a little on the niche side, and now it's pretty standard in most industries. So I just want to kind of level set that, Kelsey.
Yeah. Yes, and absolutely, Terrence is spot on. I mean, the point of this presentation is just to provide you information. By nature, the information that we have the most access to is our internal information. So by no means are we trying to, you know, sell you on CMA or brag about ourselves, but really just using the data that we have to highlight how important this assessment process is. So thinking about assessment, and again, a lot of this was tied to what we talked about in our first session. So thinking about really tailoring our recommendation to the culture and the needs of each specific organization that we work for. So a typical process for validating assessment is first to start by gathering job descriptions and company information. So getting our hands on as much data as we can before we even start the process to really create a thorough understanding of the organization as a whole, as well as each specific role that we're going to be providing recommendations for. So within different teams and different departments, there's going to be subtle nuances in their culture. So we try to capture that. A part of the way that we do this is by conducting several interviews. So first, conducting a 1-hour interview with key leaders to explore their current selection process. So again, trying to figure out where they are now and where they want to be in the future and helping them move in the right direction. Then we will conduct 1-hour interviews with key personnel, again, at each location or division or team or department to better understand specific sensitivities. So we try to capture that broad view of what it means to be a great culture fit at the organization in general, but we also want to drive down into those deeper levels and making sure that people are thriving on the specific teams and the specific departments that they'll be joining. And then last, we try to conduct analyses when we can based on our findings and present findings and recommendations to key stakeholders. So we try to do our due diligence as psychologists to check in with ourselves and making sure that we are still on the right track. We pivot and adjust where necessary, and we make sure to share all of that information with our clients. So boiling down what assessments are is essentially trying to target this person organization fit. So we do this by matching up criteria assessments with our candidate assessments. So the first thing that we do is we come into an organization and we consider the job-related knowledge, skills, and abilities that are required within each role and each team. We think about performance metrics. So what does a successful employee look like at that organization, and how do they know that they're being successful? We consider their mission, vision, and values to make sure that those will align. And we consider the competencies needed, again, at the organization in general and within specific roles and teams. So in order to create a solid person organization fit, we look at several different criteria. So looking at the candidate assessments, we think about their behaviors and their styles, their motivation, their personality, and their critical thinking. And hopefully we'll strike a balance between what we see in the candidate and what the organization desires so that we can have that really great person organization fit. So questionnaires, ideally when selecting your battery of questionnaires that you're going to use for a selection assessment process, you want to run the whole gamut of stable to developable behaviors. So we tend to measure critical thinking, personality, motivation, and leadership behaviors. And so I will note that, again, everything that we do, we try to customize. Tends to be a best practice in psychology to really think about the person that you're working with, whether that be, in a therapy room or whether that be in a business boardroom. We want to make sure that we are tailoring our approach to get the most success as possible, considering our specific client needs. So not everyone uses all of these assessments. We tend to recommend that full battery, but we really try to stay open and tailor our approach depending on organizational needs. But our 4 big buckets, first, critical thinking. So this assesses how a person processes and critically evaluates information. Personality, which assesses and compares the candidate to the general population on several job-related personality factors, such as dominance, achievements, and responsiveness. So you might remember Jordan talking over some of those from our last talk. Motivation, so this describes the extent to which a number of factors motivate an individual. So really thinking about what is going to drive that person at work, and are they going to be able to find that motivation within that current team or organization. And then lastly, if they're in a leadership position, their leadership behaviors. So how the candidate likes to lead and manage other people. So just like we did this morning, we are going to walk through some data with you. Terrence, feel free to hop in here at any time if you want to contribute. Like we mentioned, these assessments can be complicated, and we do a lot of internal calibration and checking in with each other to make sure that we're coming to the right conclusions. So
before you get going,
oh yeah,
I want to get, it's sort of another caveat. We would all have the same experience as you would. These are instruments that are very specific to the work that we do in terms of industrial organizational psychology. So they may not be ones that you have a great deal of familiarity with. So one, just know that we are going to kind of move at light speed on these. And if you've got a specific question on them, please let us know. The second one is, these are all questionnaires and instruments that are widely available from all the reputable test publishers that you would know. So they come from people like Pearson, that sort of thing, and have that line of research. As a quick aside, there are some in our field that will use proprietary instruments, ones that they create themselves. We do not do that for, I think, reasons that hopefully are apparent to other psychologists on the phone. We just choose to use instruments that have a great deal of academic rigor behind them, where their data are open to social science so that people can independently do research on them. And they usually have decades of validation studies behind them. So if you're, just a little bit of a preamble there, even though you may not know the names of some of these instruments, know that they're coming from some of the large test publishers with the same level of rigor behind them that you would expect probably in your own practice.
Thanks for that, Terrence. So we are going to walk through some data. So these are two separate candidates for an assistant nurse manager job. So again, every time we start an assessment process, the first thing that we consider is the organization and the specific role. So even within the same organization, we might make a different recommendation for a person that's applying for assistant nurse manager versus nurse manager, nurse director, a VP of nursing. All of those different levels are going to have different considerations and constraints. And like we said, we provide recommendations, but we do not make that final decision. So we provide a report that talks about strengths and weaknesses, and we provide our professional recommendation, but we are just one piece of a very large puzzle of that assessment process. So we provide our input based on our expertise, but from there, we're pretty hands-off in terms of what that final decision will be. So we're going to walk through some assessments for two different candidates for an assistant nurse manager role. So you'll notice the data on the left is someone who we recommended. The data on the right is someone that we did not recommend. And I'll tell you that we don't know anything more about these candidates. So I can't tell you if they were hired, the recommend or the do not recommend, where we don't know what their performance is. But it's a great way to kind of highlight what we see as key differences in this data as we're making our decisions. So we're going to walk through some of this data. It's from all four of the assessments that we use. So again, critical thinking, personality, leadership behaviors, and motivation. But we really try to blend all of those assessments to consider key parts of someone's job function. So first, this first set of data is thinking about how people think and make decisions. So at the top, you'll notice that this is our critical thinking score. So right off the bat, you can see some significant differences between the candidate that we recommended, who was falling right at that 50th percentile in terms of the comparison to the general population, versus the one that we did not recommend. So you can see some pretty significant differences there in terms of their comparison to the general population. From there, if you look down at the bottom, you can also see that there's some similarities between these candidates. So you're not going to see a process where people look drastically different, but really what we're looking for are the key markers of success. So here, what I want to pull out is those top two bars. So that balance between innovation and conservatism. So you can see the candidate that we did not recommend relies very heavy on her conservative thinking. So she likely makes decisions based on previous experiences or, rules or regulations, where the candidate that we did recommend is a little bit more comfortable with innovation. For those of you who are familiar with what a nursing floor can look like, it's important that a candidate knows how to think on their feet and can react to novel situations. And so showing a little bit more comfort with innovation combined with a higher critical thinking ability indicates to us that the candidate that we recommended might make better decisions in situations that are complex or ambiguous, or that don't have, structures and rules and regulations in place. Whereas the candidate that we did not recommend might struggle a little bit more in those ambiguous or those complex situations. So the next portion of data that we look at is thinking about how people lead and influence other people. So as an assistant nurse manager, again, this is going to be a little bit different because they're at the assistant level. So they are not the strict top-down manager, but they are going to do some leading and influencing of their peers. So we want to think about how that's going to look. So you'll notice the candidate on the right is hitting a lot of the boxes. So we want to, reiterate that every candidate that we assess is going to have some strengths and weaknesses. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is consider, what's going to be critical, what is going to be a deal breaker for someone. So even if they're, scoring well in one category, is that enough to make up for substandard scores in others? So looking at these two candidates, a lot of similarities here in this category, a couple of data points that I want to pull out. So the candidate that we recommended is a little bit less social than the candidate that we didn't recommend. So again, even when we recommend people with no reservations, we always provide those developmental opportunities. So everyone's going to have something to work on. Our assistant nurse manager that we recommended might be less comfortable in a leadership role. But considering this is an assistant nurse manager, that's not going to be as big of a red flag for us. If she was a regular nurse manager or a director, we might show a little bit more hesitation there. So again, just want to highlight that even our recommended candidates are going to have areas where they want to improve.
Quick and dirty tip for those of you that are familiar with the MMPI. The CPI is sort of the nicer cousin of the MMPI. So if you're used to looking at MMPIs, same background, it's developed with empirical criteria and keying, longitudinal data. It goes back to the 70s, and mean of 50, standard deviation of 10. So unlike the MMPI, where you get concerned when you see things over 65 or 70, just think about it like a bell-shaped curve with peaking at 50 and kind of going from 20 to 80. That's my first point. And the second one, just to muddy Kelsey's presentation while she's doing it, it would be interesting. So having Kamisha here, I'm looking at these data and thinking, well, I wonder for the do not recommend, like if this person was a project estimator in a construction company, they very well could be a fit for this role. So just to emphasize that the way we look at these data is highly, highly individualized to the organization and the role. People will sometimes ask us, is this person a good manager? And we'll say, well, of what and where? Their leadership for us really depends upon the circumstance. So just, if you're not used to seeing these data, want to give you a sense for the level of customization it requires to look at when, we all know that if you score a 75 on scale 2 of the MMPI, you probably got a mood disorder. It's much more individualized in the cases here. Sorry to derail you, Kelsey. I'll quiet myself again.
No, thank you for contributing. And I'm happy to have you jump in wherever you see fit, Terrence. So please keep that up. And like Terrence mentioned, this is extremely nuanced. So we put a lot of effort into making sure that we understand the organization and we understand the role, knowing that the same person can not thrive at one job and really excel in another. So what we're trying to do is really match that person with the organization and with their team. So again, every assessment that we do is going to look a little bit different because of those reasons. Something else to pull here on that leading and influencing. So you can see the biggest difference between those two candidates is in that final bar at the bottom in their restraint. So having an assistant nurse manager who is really, really low on restraint might cause some problems as she's interacting with other people. Tensions can run high. We want to make sure that our leaders are able to, really stay calm in those situations. All right, our next category of data is looking at how people team with others. So thinking about how they're going to function on a team, especially in a hospital that's extremely team-based, this can be a critically important category. So again, looking at the comparison between our recommend and our do not recommend. So first thing, again, on our recommend side, there are some areas that they might want to work on. So really high self-control, really high good impression. So this candidate, again, with that high restraint too, likely is working frequently on impression management and making sure that they're making a good impression. Again, as an assistant nurse manager, this might not be as critically a derailer because they are going to have someone that is supervising them and helping them with that impression management style. Where we see some pretty significant red flags on the DNR side is that low sensitivity score. So especially as an assistant nurse manager, that's going to be dealing with patients as well as other employees. We want someone that's going to be able to show some sensitivity. Hospitals can be really emotional. So we want someone who is going to be able to show that empathy to patients and also effectively deal with that interpersonal conflict that might happen with their team members. And then looking down at the bottom, you can see some pretty significant differences between our recommend and do not recommend on their cooperative and their consensual behaviors. So again, nursing is extremely team-based. You have to function well, not only with the other nurses, but also with, nurses that are working in different departments and your doctors and your admin staff and insurance. So we want an assistant nurse manager who is going to be an effective teamer and who is comfortable cooperating and collaborating with other people. Then we have our responsibility scales. So this is really thinking about people's work skills, how well they're going to pay attention to detail, the type of effort and attention they're going to pay to their work. So here, something to pull out is, again, that bottom scale, looking at flexibility. So as I mentioned earlier, thinking about an assistant nurse manager who's working on the floor, a degree of flexibility is going to be important. They're going to have to pivot and, change their priorities as their patients change and as their constraints change. So demonstrating that flexibility is going to be important. Something else that we notice is higher achievement versus conformance and achievement versus independence on our recommend side versus our do not recommend. So what that indicates to us is that our recommended candidate is not only comfortable following rules and regulations, which can be extremely critical in a hospital setting, making sure you're doing things the right way, paying attention to detail, following procedure to make sure that everything's properly documented. But that candidate that we recommended also shows a little bit more comfort working independently. Again, working in a hospital setting that is extremely complex, priorities are changing constantly. That indicates to us that not only is this candidate going to be comfortable following those specific rules and regulations that are put in place for a purpose in a hospital, but that she is also going to be able to demonstrate that independent thinking and really be able to function when those priorities or those needs change. And then lastly, we have, go for it.
I'll kick in one. So we track data over time on all this sort of stuff. And because healthcare has become more agile and because change is occurring more quickly in healthcare, we've seen over the past several decades that scales like that high flexibility that Kelsey pointed out are increasingly positively predictive of success for people in healthcare leadership roles. Just because, what we do next week is likely going to be different than what we did 2 weeks ago, just given the rate of evolution inside of healthcare.
Great. And last data category to talk about here is managing and developing. So we talked about, leadership and influence. This is more of that hard set of skills in terms of leading other people. So what we see here, comparing our recommend candidate to our do not recommend candidate, is that the DNR candidate might have some tendency for micromanaging. So you can see their delegation score is extremely low, but they like that high control. They give a lot of feedback. They're really focused on production. They enjoy being in a management position. So what we would be worried about with that candidate is that, they would retain a lot of control over tasks. They're probably very closely monitoring the people that they work with. And again, in that nursing environment where things are moving fast, nurses are understaffed right now. You have to be comfortable giving people the autonomy and, trusting your team that they're going to be able to step in and get the job done where needed. So we want to avoid an assistant nurse manager who is going to retain control over tasks and really not give her team the flexibility to work the way that they need to work. So to kind of sum up this section on assessments. So why do we use more than one questionnaire? So if you remember back to that thermometer talking about the different correlations, you probably remember that just critical thinking by itself or that cognitive ability test loads pretty high. So the question, and a fair one, is why use more than one if that critical thinking or that cognitive ability predicts so well? So what we recommend, or the best practices, is that even assessments with low to moderate validities, so anything from 0.00 to 0.40, provides valuable information for making selection decisions. So again, if you remember that slide with the thermometer, lung cancer and smoking is only connected by 0.08. But we can see in society how much smoking impacts your chances of getting lung cancer. So even that small correlation can have huge impacts in terms of the real life outcomes. So we want to make sure that we're not avoiding or forgetting about assessments that wouldn't look like they're loading very high, but can actually provide us a lot of valuable information. So each additional assessment can provide incremental validity above and beyond what's what's provided by a single measure. So by combining these assessments, we are getting additional information, even if it's just a small half step above where we were before. Again, we want to make sure we're doing our due diligence and really considering every piece of information that could be important. And we will note that the smaller the correlation between a new measure that you're adding to your assessment battery and the old measures, the larger that increase in overall validity. So if we're using a great measure of cognitive ability, that shouldn't correlate too highly with things like your personality or your leadership effectiveness. So adding those additional questionnaires is actually going to provide us with a lot of information. And again, when hiring with a small selection ratio, even the smallest bit of information can provide the necessary differential information. So you'll notice even with the candidates that we went over, there's a lot of similarities. So we want to make sure that we're collecting as much data as possible to really get at the nuances of what the differences are between our candidates. And then lastly, leading into the second part of our talk today, including a full battery of predictors reduces our potential for adverse impact. So again, we really want to consider diversity, equity, and inclusion when we're making decisions. And the more information that we gather, the less biased and the better decisions we can make.
Thank you, Kelsey. So assessments and DE&I. So it's natural for us to evaluate diversity, equity, and inclusion issues when we're thinking about using assessments for the selection process. So there's a desire to be proactive in recruiting and selecting diverse candidates. Like we see a lot of organizations have, for many years, right, had that as an initiative of theirs, but it's been an increase in that, which is rightfully so. But there is a concern about test bias and adverse impact, right? So what exactly, I mean, as psychologists and those who work in the healthcare profession, like we probably have heard and had trainings about how tests can obviously be biased, right? Because they're made by humans who possess implicit bias, as we talked about earlier. And that naturally can carry on into the assessments that are created and generated. So there is that concern, right? However, reliability decreases bias in hiring processes and increases an organization's ability to advance diverse candidates. So that's important to know. And we'll talk a little bit about that as in just a few more slides about how does DE&I, diversity, equity, inclusion, impact our assessments and the types that we use. Next slide, please. So those who were here in our earlier session this morning, these are the same slides. So we'll cover the same information because it's important to talk about, multiple times. So what is diversity, equity, and inclusion? Next slide. As I mentioned this morning, so these are the definitions that we will kind of work from and that we do at CMA and that a lot of other providers have also adopted. Diversity is all the different ways in which we're different. Equity is that fair treatment and access. And then inclusion is having a variety of different people having power and also voice and decision-making authority. Next slide. So just to revisit this, and I won't spend too much time on it because we did cover this morning, but there are different ways in which we're all different, in which we're diverse, right? So a lot of our identity, the majority of that are things and elements that we can't see. So those that are more visible, race, gender, ability, skin color, or age, but there are tons of other, aspects of our identity that is not visible. And so we have to be aware of those as well when we're talking about diversity. Next slide. So the difference between equity and equality is really important. A lot of times we can, erroneously think of, okay, well, under the law, everyone is deemed equal, right? And we know how well that works. So it's important to realize that within all of our systems is embedded elements of inequality and elements of oppression, right? So it's not just having equality. It's not just giving everyone the same resources or a blanket statement or a blanket legislation in place saying that these things are all equal. We have to look at where individuals start from, where their starting point, what exactly resources do they need in order to obtain success, reach their goal. If you're thinking about hiring candidates, what specific resources do they need to be successful, to perform at their best, to generate an environment of innovation and creativity and increase performance. So equity is what is important. So equality is going to focus on that input. Equity is going to focus on that outcome. So what does each individual need in order for them to be successful? And that's going to look different. Right. So inclusion is creating an environment in which an individual or group can feel welcomed, respected, supported, and valued to fully participate. And it's important to note that inclusion benefits everyone, right? So not just those individuals who come from historically underrepresented groups, but inclusion benefits everyone. When there is inclusion, we have psychological safety. We have involvement and engagement in the work group, feeling respected and valued, that diversity is recognized, attended to, and honored. And then that individuals are able to be their authentic and whole self, and there's influence on decision-making. So when inclusion is present in a workplace, you have a benefit of the bottom line, right? So for businesses, diversity, equity, inclusion is not just good because it looks good and because it feels good, but it also improves the bottom line. So as Kelsey talked about before, how can we use assessments to predict performance and outcomes of particular candidates? Well, having that sense of inclusion is definitely going to be able to increase that. If you can recall maybe a time in your life when you didn't feel like you had that psychological safety. I know for myself, I didn't perform all that well. I didn't feel like I had the influence on decisions that were being made. I didn't feel engaged in the work group or valued or respected, or that diversity was even an important component at the place that I worked at, or nor did I feel like I could be my authentic self and whole self. And what I've learned is when I'm able to, that's when I perform at my best. That's when I'm reaching and exceeding those expectations and quotas that I have, because I feel completely there, whole, and valued. Next slide. So another really important component of inclusion is that sense of belonging and uniqueness. So when an organization has a high value of uniqueness and a high value of belongingness, that's when you get that inclusion. That's when the individual is treated as an insider and also allowed, encouraged to retain their uniqueness with the work group. So we love what you do and we have a place here for you. So anything else, a low value of uniqueness or low belonging that causes exclusion, where the individual doesn't even feel like they're included, or differentiation, or lastly, assimilation, right? Which is the complete opposite of what we want in a successful organization, right? We don't want everyone to be thinking and acting the same. There are cultural norms, absolutely, that are at play, and it's appropriate to dive into and to represent those if you're a part of an organization. But individual assimilation of the employee's uniqueness is not what is helpful, and that's going to decrease that sense of innovation and their high level of performance. All of those things are going to be impacted if they're assimilating and wanting to act and think like others. Next slide.
Aisha, can I kick in here? This is a place I think where our part of psychology is evolving. In that historically we would have used the phrase "how well they will fit into the culture." That's transforming into how much will they add to the culture. So that, I think it's an important mind shift. And you're probably, I think you're going to hear that with the psychologists and with the employers who do this work in the future as well. It's not a fit, it's an addition to.
That's a great point. Yep, that's a great point. To add to that, Terrence, I just thought of when you're looking at your business culture or your work environment, like what's missing there. So looking at who's not present at the table. And that's that piece that Terrence, you just mentioned, what is at these individuals who are not present here, how they can add to the culture in a way that maybe we hadn't thought about in the past. Maybe that's historically never been done before. All right, so here's
absolutely.
Some concerns with assessments and diversity, equity, inclusion is that there's test bias, as I mentioned before, and Kelsey kind of hinted at as well. So systematic differences among individuals' test scores due to factors unrelated to job performance. So that could mean, for example, I remember during my training, a lot of attention was put into like our intelligence testing, actually testing an individual's intelligence, or just simply measuring how much resources that individual had in the education system that they attended, right? So poor measurement properties, like a lack of reliability, how the test is used, whether it's rankings versus pass or fail, is also going to going to be a concern of test bias. And then adverse impact. So adverse impact is a substantially different rate of selection in hiring, promotion, or other employment decisions, which works to the disadvantage of members of a race, sex, or ethnic group. Next slide, please. So when to use an assessment that shows adverse impact. So if you're going to use an assessment that has adverse impact, then it needs to be job related. So specific to that position, it needs to be able to predict performance, and then it should be consistent with business necessity. So if not, then try to avoid assessments that have adverse impact. But if you have to, then these things need to be at play. It needs to be job related, predicts performance, and then consistent with the business. Next slide, please. So cognitive ability. So race can become a proxy for socioeconomic status, right? Which tips the scale in favor of those who have more resources, typically the majority group. So higher scores are going to be individuals who typically come from a high SE background, have well-resourced educational background, and those individuals who are historically from the majority group. Lower scores are going to indicate not necessarily a person's cognitive ability, but more so that they come from an educational background that was under-resourced, and usually those of historically underrepresented groups. So that's important to note those differences. So additional expertise. So Goldman in 1988 noted that most social scientists know that there has been a puzzling gap of about 15 points in IQ test scores on average between Blacks and whites ever since the tests were first widely used more than 70 years ago, right? And so we all hopefully know that that's not an indicator of intelligence differences, but more so of resources, right? So those are measures of resources, access, and the things that those individuals from these two different backgrounds were able to do and allowed to do and had access to do, right? Arnold noted well-developed tests of cognitive ability have been shown to be the best predictors of job performance available, while disparate impact with respect to race has been found for cognitive ability tests and other tools. So credit checks, employment requirements, criminal background checks, physical requirements, experience requirements. The effectiveness and utility of cognitive tests justify their use, right? So there is tons of research that shows the validity and the importance of utilizing cognitive tests, but it's also important to recognize some of those adverse impacts and also the history related to the differences between white individuals and Black individuals when we're looking at testing their intelligence or cognitive ability. Another quote is, to assess test bias is pointless, as the test measures what they do, and reliably so. Thus, the issue is user bias. So throwing out tests is like saying, sometimes bad drivers cause car accidents, we should get rid of all cars. Right. So we have the ability to test whether or not our tests are actually testing what they should, and they do. Right. So now it's our job as psychologists to help work on those implicit biases in the use of these assessments. Right. So how are hiring managers using these assessments? How are recruiters utilizing these, making sure that we understand the differences that we've seen, like IQ test scores, what are those actually saying? And then developing and using our clinical skills and our expertise to reduce those implicit bias in the way that people use them. So the racial IQ gap is purely environmental. As I mentioned before, we have tons of evidence and research that shows that. And over the past 30 years, the measured IQ differences between Blacks and whites, 12 years old, has dropped from 15 points to 9.5 points. So when people have access, when they have resources, we see a reduction in that gap as well. Research shows that combinations of assessment techniques are better than any single technique. So not relying solely on one particular measure, but using multiple different ones. We achieve our goal by doing what the science says, combining behavioral and situational structured interviews with assessments of cognitive ability, conscientiousness, and leadership. Next slide. So here's some strategies for avoiding and managing adverse impact. So looking at the design, using job analysis to design the selection system, When feasible, use valid job-related predictors that have smaller subgroup differences, and then decrease cognitive loading of predictors and minimize verbal ability and reading requirements to the extent supported by a job analysis. All right, so if it's not necessarily needed for that particular job, as far as performance is concerned, then take it out, utilize a different assessment. And then also in recruiting, so engage in strategic recruitment practices, foster favorable applicant reactions, which in turn assist in recruiting and performance in the selection system. And then running, consider practice testing or untimed testing, as well as job simulations, as opposed to just a standard of paper and pencil or reading test and specific time requirements. So think about thinking outside of the box and how you can limit that adverse impact. And then lastly, interpreting. So consider combining selection test scores at each step, cognitive and non-cognitive predictors, and using cognitive measures as a pass-fail rather than actual scores. So is someone able to cognitively think about this, regardless of where they fall on the score system? Is it a pass or a fail? Next slide. All right, and I'm so happy and pleased to welcome our guest speaker, Kamisha Mason.
Hello, and thank you for having me. It's been really interesting listening to everyone talk from their respective fields. Makes me feel like I need to go back to school just for a minute, but I think I'll stay focused on the work that I have ahead of me at McCarthy. I really appreciate the invitation to be here and share how we're progressing in our journey, but also right in line with what we're talking about today. How we are able to use the assessments that we deploy at McCarthy to help us to better advance the work that we're doing in the diversity, equity, and inclusion space. Next slide. All right, kind of said that part. So that's how we're looking at really embedding diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm not gonna really go through these definitions at great length. They are very similar to the ones that were shared earlier. But one of the important things that we did right up front was making sure that everyone in our organization understood how these definitions tied into our core purpose, our values, and our strategic anchors. We wanted our partners, all of them, to understand that DE&I, when it's done right and when it's done well, doesn't take us off our core mission to be the best builder in America, and to make sure that we're working from a framework of genuineness, being all in, and taking an approach of we, not I. So a lot of those discussions that you've heard around the assessment and digging into how the candidate that is taking the assessment really aligns with the culture of the organization that they are joining. So much of that is represented and wrapped up in our strategic framework. The one thing that I will hit on, and I think it's appropriate certainly for this discussion, is the way that we define inclusion. We were very intentional about making sure that we included the ability for every partner to feel safe, and that safety is not only around the physical safety, but the psychological safety of each and every one of our employee partners, because we are employee owned, but also our entire craft workforce as well. So the definitions for us do a couple of things. They recenter diversity to a definition that is not broad and only focused on protected class, but actually evaluating the full spectrum of human difference, which means it brings into that discussion everyone within our organization. And we knew that that was important because we know that there can be a ton of barriers to DE&I work when some individuals cannot see themselves represented in the work as a whole. Next slide. The second thing that we really jumped into was evaluating whether or not we were going to look at DE&I as a problem or as a solution. And what I've really challenged our organization to do is to explore DE&I through a solution set lens. Certainly we have challenges, we have areas of development, but when we get those things right, when we look at DE&I as a solution to labor shortages or a solution to complex business problems, we are better positioned to really get in tow with doing the works. We have strategically anchored our DE&I work around 3 core buckets, which are our partners, both our employee owners and our craft workforce, our clients, which is inclusive of our big C clients, the folks that McCarthy builds for on an everyday basis, and then also our trade partners. And then lastly, our community. We recognize that in order to really do great work from a DE&I perspective, we need to be good corporate citizens, and we want to make sure that we are engaging in the communities where we live, work, and play in a way that is thoughtful and respectful to the environments that we're in. Next slide. That took us to a place where we really had to make sure that everyone understood what DE&I work really is about. Sometimes we can get lost in the idea that the work is about really cool events or tools like ERGs, but we really wanted our partners to understand that we were taking a systems level approach to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that meant that we were going to evaluate our processes and policies, that we were absolutely going to be in alignment with all of the legal and compliance guidelines that we need to make sure that we're enforcing from a DE&I perspective. But we were going to reach beyond that and make sure that we were looking through things through an inclusive lens. Learning and development, I'll hit on that a little bit more as we talk about how the assessment comes into play, making sure that our communication team is changing the way that we not only market ourselves, but that our language that we use is inclusive, that the visuals that we have around the office or that is represented on social media, that it is inclusive of the full workforce that we have within our organization. We certainly recognize that there are programs and tools that we need to have in place, and that is those things like great events, courageous conversations, and everything in between. And lastly, we were really going to focus on the behavior set that we wanted from every partner that worked with McCarthy. And we wanted to make sure that everyone was fully aware of what it meant to be not only an inclusive leader, but also an inclusive employee owner. Next slide. So digging really into just one component of that big bucket of work, how we approach attracting, retaining, and developing talent. And this is a lot of where the assessment comes into play for us. You've already heard a lot of the great things that this assessments can be used for. What that does for us is allows us to really lean into the cognitive diversity that can come into our teams. It does allow us to have a very streamlined process where we're putting everyone on an equal playing field in terms of making sure that those individuals line out with the core responsibilities of the job descriptions that we're looking at. But I also think that it's really important to note, as has been mentioned several times, that the assessments, as great as they are just a single data point for us. They're one of the things that we use to make sure that we are attracting the best talent that we can in order to deliver great things for our clients, but also great experiences for our people that work at McCarthy. We are very diligent in explaining what the assessment process is to everyone that is going through the process with us. So I know for me, I've gone through the assessment process twice, once prior to being hired, and then a second time around as I went through our advanced leadership program. I was a little bit more ready and settled for it on the second time around, but it was still one of those things where my entire leadership team was really, really focused on making sure that I understood where we were. The other reason why it's really important for us to make sure that we're creating that level playing field for anyone that is familiar with the construction industry, it is a predominantly white male industry. When you take an aggregate of all of the construction industry together, not just the commercial construction that we typically the commercial construction space that we typically work in, but construction as a whole, only 10.9% of the workforce is women, 6% is African American or Black, 2% is Asian, and just over 30% identifies as Latino or Hispanic in that particular demographic group. That is not a full assessment of race, but could also include cultural identity as well. So there's a little bit of nuance specifically within that group. That being said, we have to make sure, because we build in a multitude of places, that we are using the assessment as simply as a tool, but also a way of making sure that we are attracting the best talent that we have available in our given marketplaces. The other thing that we are looking for is just to make sure that once we have great talent on board, that we have everything that we can in place to retain great talent. Our younger employees that are coming into the workforce ask those questions very early on about how can they develop. So there were mentions around right after the assessment is taken and you are actually an employee, you have this individualized development tool that you can use within that first 90 days to create a development plan. That does a couple of things, not only for us, but also for the new partners that we bring on board. It gives them a place to really see where they are excelling. It gives them an opportunity to think through where they might want to go next in their career. But for me and my team specifically, it allows us to focus on equity. The way that we define equity in part is making sure that we are removing individual barriers to success. So the more that I know about the staff that I have on my team, but more broadly around the staff that we have available to us at McCarthy, we can use those individualized plans to help facilitate the removal of barriers to success. So I think that those have been really, really important to us. The other thing that it allows us to look for as we continue to go down our DE&I journey is very much what was mentioned a little bit earlier around transitioning from culture fit to culture add. As we go into this new phase of work for us, we are looking at those strengths that partners may be bringing to the table that isn't exactly aligned with everything that McCarthy does today, but could definitely take us to that next step. So we're leaning into those strengths. We're leaning into those differences. We often say that diverse perspectives drives better outcomes, but we recognize more and more every day as we do this work that we only get to the better outcomes if we are extremely welcoming of the diverse perspectives. And so allowing the assessment to give us some line of sight into the strengths and weaknesses that may come with a new partner has been critical. The last thing, and I've kind of touched on it a little bit within the development piece, it is the development and how we use the assessment to help drive development. As someone who's gone through McCarthy's Advanced Leadership Program, it is very similar to an MBA program light on steroids times 10. I'm pretty sure it's not quite the same as the PhD programs that you all have gone through, but it does give each individual that is participating in that opportunity a really good insight into our strengths, our areas of development. We are all intentional about where we want to take our careers next, and it really gives our leaders a good idea and where we can begin to go from a succession planning standpoint. Overall, the assessments have been a good data point for us. We continue to use them. We will continue to explore how we can pull out more inclusion indicators from the assessment. But we want to be thoughtful about making sure that the assessment allows us to continue to drive DEI practices and allows us to be good stewards of our resources and good stewards of the talent that we have coming into McCarthy. Next slide. So I kept that really, really at a high level, just in the ways that we have started out our programming and the way that we use the assessment today, but certainly want to open up for question or discussion around our approach, especially as an industry that could do a ton of work in the DE&I space.
Zach, is anything
So
showing
I
up in the
actually
chat?
I have a question here that I was going to pose to Kelsey initially, and then the rest of the team can obviously jump in. But someone posed in the last session or rather, if it's possible for a candidate to ever review their assessment data, or if they were able to have it subpoenaed. But in this case, we'll just talk about the review portion.
Yeah, so let me hop in and tell the group a little bit about our process in terms of accessing the data. And Terrence, feel free to step in here and talk about any of the legality of it. I know that word subpoena means something different than what our typical process looks like.
Sure, you go first and I'll tack on the end.
Yes, yeah. So typically what we tell our candidates when they're being assessed is, our number one priority is our client, which is the organization. So we tend to keep our data private until they are hired at that organization. So the process of getting their data is going to look a little bit different between someone who's hired and someone who's not. But someone who is hired will get access to that data in the form of a development report. So we will not provide them access to that full selection report. At this point, they have been put on the team, so there's no benefit in them knowing what level of recommendation we provided for them. But we will take that same information that we use in the selection report and turn it into a development report. So those candidates that are selected by the organization, should they independently want access to that information, or if there's a typical development plan process in place, we'll get a development plan that talks about their strengths, their opportunities for development, and then they will actually get a feedback session with a CMA consultant walking through all that data, learning what it means so that they can interpret it. As you could see in our presentation today, it's not very straightforward to look at that data. So we want to make sure that it's not getting into their hands and then they're jumping to crazy conclusions. So we walk through that data with them. And then some organizations will also do a manager feedback as well. So an opportunity to walk through that data with the candidate and their future managers so that they can tailor that development and create some accountability.
It's a very specific question, and I want to make sure that everyone gets a very specific answer. So the state code is fairly clear, is that when a psychologist works for an organization, then the privilege stays with the organization. So the data, our opinion, the report, anything connected to that case is privileged to the organization, and we are not allowed to provide it to anyone else as much as we might want to. So, we do have the state law on our side. And that my understanding is it's fairly much the same in every other state as well, too, is that when a psychologist works for a company, the privilege lies with that company, the same way it does in the military. So if you work with the military psychologist, their job is to keep the people in the fight. Same way for us. We also, as a part of the assessment process, everyone will sign a form that acknowledges that they do not have access to the information, that it is owned by the company. It's privileged to that company. The labor attorneys that we've consulted over the decades have said that that form does not, the person does not give up the right to their data in that form. They're acknowledging the fact that it does not belong to them in the first place. And there have been a couple of court cases over the years, and it's my understanding is the law basically sides on the fact that you would not have a reasonable explanation, a reasonable expectation that you would have access to that if you're taking this as part of a pre-employment battery. So we try to be, just very clear up front. The data exists for the organization. We hope you join there and that we have an opportunity to go over it with you. But I also want to be honest with you. And then, like good psychologists, we get documentation that they acknowledge that to be the case. You have to sign the acknowledgement form before you can even administer any of the questionnaires. To the person that asked that question, did we do okay?
That question actually came from, yes. Okay.
Thank you.
The answer is yes.
Thank you. Yes. So I'm George. George, you actually have a very interesting question here. The question is it administered by a healthcare professional in terms of whether or not it is inside or outside of a healthcare record. Our experience has been over the decades, and the advice we've gotten from labor attorneys is that that in that function we are working as industrial psychologists, and we are not acting as healthcare professionals in those settings. And therefore it is outside of HIPAA, outside of it's not creating a health record. I'm also a licensed psychologist, but the industrial psychologists that work with us are licensed as well too. So, that's certainly where we live with that. How do we designate that it is not a healthcare record? Is a question we got. How do we designate a file that is not a healthcare record? We do the opposite, because we do thousands of assessments a year. So it is easier to sequester the ones that are healthcare records separately than it is other ones. But also, the level of security around what we do is the same as it would be if you have a healthcare record, largely because many of our clients are governmental agencies. So it requires basically safe harbor levels of protection. There we go. I took over answering questions in the chat. Other questions for us, for our guest speaker? Kamisha, can I ask you a question, because it came up last time from our talk in policing, is that one of the real difficulties people had was in the retention and promotion of people of color. Can you talk a little bit about what you all are doing, or maybe what you've seen that's worked or not worked? Craig's point was, and I'm going to exaggerate, was that a lot of the issue was not the recruitment, but the retention and then the promotion. He had one of the reasons he left one of the policing organizations he left was because he got passed over for sergeant 5 times, even though he had a graduate degree. Can you talk a little bit about what you all do there that you find that works?
Absolutely. So I think one of the things that we did starting in 2016 was putting an intentional focus around understanding why women were leaving the construction industry specifically. And so out of that, we created our first ERG, which was McCarthy Partnership for Women. We created a development path for our women, and just tried to make sure that we were getting a better understanding to, is a better way to put it, to our leaders, to help them understand that we need to make decisions on promotion in the exact same way. We can't evaluate one candidate for potential and another candidate for something completely different. And so we did some thorough work around employee manager connection to help everyone understand that the development and promotion rates needed to become more aligned with how individuals were performing at work. So there was about a couple of years that we spent really doing that intentional work. What we learned along the way is that there were certainly some biases at place, and we've done the work to kind of not only train around what unconscious bias is, but what bias interruption actually looks like on a day-to-day basis within our workspace. And so that has really set us up for success as we start moving into evaluating these other places where we're underrepresented, to use that same process, systems, and tools to make sure that we are elevating folks that are ready for roles in the same way that we have elevated folks that are in non-majority groups. It is something that we continuously have to evaluate. And going back to just the basic statistics around who is in the construction industry, not knowing all of the stats around what it looks like to be in law enforcement, but certainly just the demographics there's a huge gap among women, and also among ethnic and racial minorities that's represented in the industry as a whole. So making sure that we're cognizant about removing those barriers has been critical to our work.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, we've got a
We have another
question.
question in the chat. Oh, go ahead, Terrence.
Let's see. You seem to be making judgments about what qualities a particular job requires. How do you know you are accurate regarding your job descriptions and what they demand? I think I'll be funny and say I think I could describe about 20 different jobs at McCarthy with a pretty high level of fidelity to what's actually in their job descriptions. I've seen them so frequently. Let's see here. Who would like on the team to tackle that question about what do we do to make sure we understand the role that we are assessing against?
I can take that. So we do a lot of work both upfront and, throughout the process of engaging with the client to make sure that we really understand what a job requires. So not only do we solicit the job descriptions that they're actually using. So for example, every time I have an assessment come through my email where I'm going to be writing up a selection report, the job description is attached to that email. So every time I'm doing a report, I see the job description that was posted online for that job. So we're basing our recommendations off of, what that job the candidate's applying to. So not only do we have that physical information, but we also have a lot of conversations with internal stakeholders at organizations to really understand what they're looking for in candidates. So we talk to people who are in the C-suite, but we also spend a lot of time, boots on the ground talking to managers of small teams and individual contributors and really doing our best to understand the constraints and the needs and the unknowns that are going to show up in every job that might not necessarily be on a job description. We also check in frequently with people on those teams. So, having some debrief sessions every 6 months or every year and saying, how is your team doing? How are the people that we're recommending performing? Do you feel like we're spot on? Do you feel like we need to make some adjustments? And we adjust frequently. So we meet with those stakeholders and we hear feedback from them about what's working and what's not, what's changed in the role. And we, change our expectations and our recommendations based on that. We've also had several clients who use us to create their job descriptions in the first place. So there's several times where we step in and we do job shadowing or interviews and talk to people who are in those roles, and we help create those job descriptions in the first place.
And Kelsey, if I can just pile on for real time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously you have the tools and assessment piece of that down, but just from a working perspective, we are actively hiring for my full team right now. And so what that process looked like for us was obviously I worked with my internal HR team to write that job description, but ahead of the hiring process, working with the individual folks from CMA who would be helping us with these roles, talking through each individual bullet, like these are the words that we have written down. Here's what I actually mean by those words. So if there's any loss in translation between what we wrote on paper versus what I know that I'm actually looking to bring to the team and have that team accomplish have been conversations that we've been having since January. And even for me, it feels like a short amount of time in the 10-month period, even doing some gut checking and level setting between the different roles on the team. So all the same job family, but reassessing, okay, how critical is this bullet that is duplicated in both of these job descriptions between the director level role that we've created and the manager level role that we've created. So I can certainly attest to the fact that it is not just what is written on that piece of paper, but a lot of discussion back and forth around what is really critical to what we're looking for in the individual roles from that regard. And I can also say that multiple teams go through that same process, especially when we're starting new departments.
Yeah, to Kamisha's point, it is intimate work. If it's not intimate work, you're probably not doing it right. I mean, you need to really have that level of detailed understanding before we'll start doing selection assessments for an organization, we will usually have a consulting engagement with them up front to make sure that we figured out what are the bullseyes for all of their various roles, so we can make sure that we're assessing against the right competencies. Kelsey, I know, is working with a large healthcare provider, redoing their competency model. We work for an amusement park, and we assess their roller coaster technicians. And they said, you should spend a day with our roller coaster technicians. So one of our psychologists went out and walked the roller coaster and hammered bolts in alongside of the group. So along with everything that was written down, he had the actual experience of what it was like to do the work. So, it's the same level of intimacy, I think, that you would almost think of in terms of a clinical practice. If you're going to make recommendations to a patient, it's someone that you're going to know really, really well. I think that the same is true here in the more industrial application.
Something to add to that too is that we're really conscientious about really being careful about how many clients we're looking at in terms of assessments. So we have specific assessment teams so that we can focus in on specific clients and really get familiar with them. So, I mean, we have hundreds of clients that come to us for assessment needs. So we don't have every single consultant working on every single client. We're really careful about pairing people with clients so that they can get familiar with what they need. So it's not starting from scratch every time you have a new assessment pop in. You start to get familiar with your clients, you know what they're looking for, and that helps us tailor our reports a lot as well.
Chuck and I started talking about this, I think, last year, and part of it came from there's just increasing interest and increasing demand for this sort of work, because it does reduce pain and suffering for all parties. It increases the likelihood of a candidate ending up in a role where they're going to be successful, and it increases an organization's likelihood of being able to employ the sort of folks they need to. So we want to just give you a sense for what that work is like and how that goes, and hopefully pique someone's interest, because we also feel like this is another place where we can make an impact as psychologists. So we're right at time. I want to say a quick thanks to our team, to our guest speaker, who was fantastic. Thank you so much, Kamisha. And Chuck, do you want to take it home for us?
Sure, absolutely. Oh, thank you guys. You guys were fabulous. I'm walking away with just all sorts of great information. Boy, I think I've got a real deeper understanding of what your field's about. I love the discussions you guys had about implicit bias and really all the nuances involved with that. I love the idea of moving from does this person fit in to how do they add to what we're doing. This was a flashy presentation, and I kind of expected it to be. Anyway, so that's all the time we have today, and I want to thank CMA team and thanks for everybody who's attended today. Please look for an email following the event with information about the event evaluation and your CE certificate. If you have any questions about this process, please reach out to Emily at support@mopaonline.com. And she'll get you lined out. We're going to make sure everybody's gets their certificates. That's always something that everyone worries about. We got an upcoming event November 13th. The Diversity Committee is doing a 2-hour CE event on critical race theory. They've been working on this for a long time. They're bringing in some outside speakers. I really like how the diversity team's working in terms of bringing in outside voices to share with us. If you've never attended one of their events, I'd recommend that you do it. It's really informative and really interesting. Anyway, Terrence, Kelsey, Keisha, Kamisha, thank you so much. It was Craig, right? That was, and I'm missing one other person.
Zach and Jordan.
Zach and Jordan. I got to tell you, I you know, how much work you guys went to making this a wonderful experience for us. I can't thank you enough. Let us know anything we can do. We're really into reciprocity. If there's anything we can do to help out, we want to be a resource to you as well. But please, thank you so much. All right. Anything else before we go?
Thanks for the opportunity.
We're out of here. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Emily, you can close us down, I guess.